All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is 4:30. We have 6 members present. So we will call the meeting to order. All right. To lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. George Gerardo, our IT Director. And following that, would we observe a moment of silence? Oh, where are the flags?
No, they haven't been unpacked from recognition ceremony.
Just assume there's a flag there. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on to item number 3. Motion to adopt the agenda as presented. I do have one correction. Item 10, approval of sole source vendors is not a regular routine item, so that needs to move to discussion.
So will it be separated?
So that it will not be part of the consent agenda.
Okay,
It will, because it's not, consent agenda is regular and routine. That would not be a regular routine item. So that's why it would need to move out of consent
so
agenda.
when we vote,
It's that number 10 won't be applied.
we won't be voting.
You want to move it to action discussion, or you just want to pull it from and just?
Move it to action discussion like we're adding another item. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the one correction.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Seconded by Ms. Bosom. All right, call for the question.
Have your vote. Your vote. It's not.
Oh, it's not.
Signed you out.
Well, I logged in, so.
You can give me a verbal yes or no.
Yes.
All right, moving on to current events. Dr. Spurgeon.
Thank you, Mr. Straka. So several things have happened since last time we met, starting down the list, the Southwestern Indian Polytech Institute, we met with their Board of Regents. They're looking to start facilities such as West-MEC in New Mexico. And so we're continuing our discussions with them to show them all they need to see or what they would like to see in programs for their organization in New Mexico. The second thing is we had a delegation from the Pearl Harbor Aviation Museum today at the Central Campus. And they brought their lieutenant governor, state senator, their Hawaii Department of Education, Hawaiian airline representatives, Alaskan airline representatives, and several others. And again, just the ongoing conversations of looking at West-MEC's aviation maintenance accreditation over them for the next 2 or 3 years for them to get their A&P program started in Hawaii. So just a super group, a delegation, great conversations, and they just wanted the specifics about West-MEC and how we started and enrollment process and curriculum and instruction and partnerships. So it was a great conversation with them today. At the Glendale Business Over Breakfast, I presented an update and overview of West-MEC on May 22nd. I try to do that a couple of times a year to bring the metrics and performance of West-MEC and partnerships and update on projects and things like that to the Glendale Chamber that I'm also a member of. So I try to do that as regular as I can. CJ and I met with the city of Surprise with a delegation from Argentina, and they have a tremendous manufacturing environment, what they call the last place on earth. It's the furthest part of Argentina that you can get across the waters, the penguins and Antarctica. That's how far south they are. And so they're looking to learn more about the manufacturing environment in West Phoenix and the great things that are happening here. And so we had a great conversation with them. First time I ever had to put on a microphone and listen to the interpretation, which was kind of cool. We had all of our graduations, so thanks to each of the board members that were able to attend those graduation. Project Search is always one of the special times. Just great to see the parents and the students and their completion. And again, I think we're still well over 70% of our students being placed in jobs out of that program, which is fantastic. We're also working on Smiley and Ms. Tom are working on maybe potentially adding a healthcare facility in the future for more of our students to be able to access those healthcare career pathways. So we're very excited about that. Thank you, Ms. Boosman, for your speech. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for your speech, and Mr. Straka for your speech at Central Campus as well for graduation. So I want to give you some numbers because you're like, how many students actually came through there? So we had 1,447 completers this year at West-MEC, which is 196 more than last year. And over the last 3 years, we've had 3,958 completing students to put into the workforce over the last 3 years. Next, we had a visit this morning, the acting secretary of the Department of Labor from the federal government. In fact, I think there were 3 people that said this may be the first time an actual cabinet member visited a correctional education center anywhere in the United States. So Julie Sue was there this morning, and she had her entourage and a big media production, but she came to visit our Southwest campus, and her tour was guided by students only. And it was absolutely fantastic. Took them through each of the labs or the fabs, took them through the career literacy tree, talked about the programs, talked about why they chose advanced manufacturing, and then what their next steps were in the process for their career pathway, which was fantastic. Then we had a roundtable closed door discussion around pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships. Then we came out for a panel discussion around the same topic. So it was a great event attended by a large number. We invited all of our CTE directors and some state legislators were also invited to come to that as well. Next thing is I met with Dr. Sommers, who will be the new Peoria superintendent. And in fact, I thought I knew who he was, but he's actually in my AASA National Superintendent Certification Program in the West cohort. And I didn't know that till he got out of the car for breakfast. So I got a chance to visit with him and to let him know that we're here to support him. And as Peoria goes, we all go. So we're hoping to continue that great relationship and help him get off to a great start in Peoria and continue to move forward with our relationship with West-MEC and Peoria. TSMC and West-MEC had a conversation last week. You know, we have the only national semiconductor apprenticeship in the country. It's the only one that exists, and we sit right in the center of that workforce ecosystem. And one of the things that TSMC recognized along with West-MEC is the apprenticeship really may not necessarily be for our students because we're already there. So they made the commitment that our students may be able to bypass that apprenticeship year, go right into the world of work and skip that step because we don't want to repeat that same first year over again with our students because they're extremely well prepared. And so they recognize that they may be able just to skip that step and have our students go right into the world of work, which I think is fantastic. So next thing I want to mention is our summer camps are off and running. We have 277 students registered. That's up from 225 students registered last year. 89 schools this summer are represented versus 34 schools last year. Deer Valley, Pendergast, and our CHOP students have the top number of students that have registered for camps this summer. 19 total districts are participating. Our furthest student is traveling to camp to our central campus from Gila Bend coming this summer. And then we have multiple families that are attending camp now for the 3rd consecutive year. So just a great start to the summer and a lot of great interest in continuing the career pathway work with West-MEC. So with that being said, that's all I got, sir.
All right. Any board member reports? Can start with Mr. Molina and work down. Anything?
Great participation in the completion event on Friday and so. Good way to get my feet wet.
I tried to attend the event on Friday. Linda filled in for me on the speech. So I appreciate that. That was a good deal, but looked like all the students were very energized, very happy, a lot of positivity that day.
So I attended all 3 of the recognition ceremonies for the Project Surge and the one on the 23rd for the read my handwriting. So Central Campus with all 3 of the welding and the drones and the law and public safety. And then of course on May 31st for the vineyard. It was great. I love going to those.
And a young student that you recognize as well from the speeches was just outstanding.
Yeah, he was. In fact, there was a friend that I used to work with and her daughter was in the Project Search program. And so it was pretty cool.
I too attended all those. Just so that this is one thing that I read, and it was in the Independent. Surprise girl with cerebral palsy, Paris Medical. Fabulous. I have sent this all over the city. I mean, it's just a great story.
Yeah, I attended also the Project Search graduation. It was a great event, very inspiring to listen to the students, but also to the I think he's the manager of the hotel. And just very moving, and to see how emotional he got about the program and how much he values it and values the students there. So that was very inspiring. It was great to see that, and also to see the parents very proud of their students, their sons and daughters. So that was great. And then also, and the excitement amongst the students themselves. And same thing at the graduation for Southwest Campus. A lot of excitement, a lot of students. I was very impressed by the number of students, was not expecting that many people there. Um, and again, just the students who spoke at that event, at the graduation, also very inspiring, well-spoken kids. I was very impressed by their speeches, yeah, and their delivery. So overall, a great experience. I'm looking forward to doing it again next year.
I also attended events. I won't rehash the same thing. It's all the same thoughts. I also do want to officially welcome Mr. Molina as a member of the board. This is your first regular monthly meeting, so welcome to the board and thank you for your service. We look forward to many years with us, so thank you for your service. All right. Moving on to call to the public. No calls to the public. I will make one more call. Anyone from the public would like to fill out a form and address the board. This is your chance. Hearing none. I will move on. Recognitions and celebrations. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Chairperson Straka, governing board members, Dr. Spurgeon. This is always a joyous occasion, and it's wonderful to end the year. You know, we just are coming off of all of these recognition ceremonies that you spoke of. And the folks that really make it happen are the folks that we're celebrating tonight. So many of our teachers, starting with our Teacher of the Month, Miss Stacy Ray. I'm going to ask her to come up here and join me. As she does, Governing Board Member Wiley, I am so happy that you brought up that article, because this is the person responsible for what you read in that article. Is medical assisting instructor at our Northwest campus and really built that program at the Northwest campus, and is just amazing. As a matter of fact, since late December, she's been pulling double duty, covering for a class for a teacher that wasn't able to stay with us. So she's regularly doing 9 hours of instruction every day, and you would not know it, right? I couldn't keep up with her, but you wouldn't know it, the dedication and passion that doesn't ever go away with her, that every single one of those students is still getting every bit of Miss Ray that makes a difference in the classroom and does incredible things, like the student that you read about with cerebral palsy, who was able to do the glove and those kinds of things. So she really believes also, and she just excels in hands-on learning. One of our finest instructors in being able to really create scenarios and activities in the lab, in the real world, that allow students to apply the knowledge they learn in the classroom. She really makes learning and textbooks come to life in the real world, and is just a phenomenal instructor making a difference in our classroom. So those are the many reasons why she was top on the list to be acknowledged as Teacher of the Month. She's incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture with you, and then we'll invite you to say a couple words, okay? Okay, but let's, you wanna do it up here underneath it? Sounds good. Yeah,
Sorry.
You put one more person over here to balance it out. Okay, I can. That's got it.
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much.
Lisa, I invite you to comment on anything you like. Where do you get this incredible passion from?
What do I say after what you said? This has been a really challenging year for me, having Lauren in my classroom, and I just want to say that I spent most of the summer, last summer, trying to figure out ways to make her able to do everything that all of the other kids can do. So she mastered every skill. She draws blood with one hand better than some of my kids that draw blood with two hands. So I'm just really proud of her and her goals for the future. She wants to be a pre-op, post-op nurse for children in Gillette, Minnesota. So I don't know what to say other than I'm just really proud of her. So
It's a great example though, as Stacy says, she's so modest. But like she, had done some bridging meetings, knew the student was coming into her program, and she didn't just like go to her counselor on campus and say, oh, well, what can we do? She didn't even think of Arizona as a border, right? She reached out all across the nation to really come up with the best way to make this learning come to life. And Stacy doesn't do that for just one student in the article. She does that for all of her students regularly.
And you probably let the students participate too,
very much.
so that they can draw from whatever.
Yeah,
they have.
I reached out to 3 different people I found that are in the healthcare field that have one arm. And one actually replied to me, and so I worked with her all summer. She's a nurse that lost her arm in a boating accident.
Wow.
And she was just really encouraging to me. She said, just let Lauren find her way, let her practice, let her take her time. And she's just been a great resource to me and the girls.
It's beautiful.
Great, thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Keeping the tradition of teachers, it really is all of our teachers that make the difference. Every student that walked across that stage, it's because one of these West-MEC teachers really cared to provide them with the technical and professional skills to see them through the end of the program and to successfully finish. We had a couple teachers that really are responsible for a West-MEC first, an amazing feat that I want to share with you, and that is, we'll talk later with superintendent's goals about credentialing, how important it is to get students to credentials. But it's not only the technical skills, it's students going into that testing environment with confidence, having the self-efficacy to know that they're going to pass that test that helps them do so well. And that really is never by accident at West-MEC. We have a very sophisticated assessment system that builds that confidence along the way through a series of program tests and of course, the Arizona Department of Education Technical State Assessment. Those are purposeful in giving students the confidence to go into a credential assessment, to know that they're ready to take that test and earn their industry credential. But this West-MEC first is, we had a number of students or teachers who their classrooms, every single student in the classroom scored 100% on both the state assessment and the program assessments, which is just absolutely phenomenal. And those are Brady Mitchell, Kadeem Bernard, and Kadeem is here, I think. So Kadeem, can you come up here? Theodora Robles, who is actually our new CTE teacher of the month as well, which is exciting. Oh, I'm sorry, of the year, yes. Thank you. So she will be at summer conference being celebrated down at the conference. So that's super exciting. Bree Michaels and Maria Romero, and I saw Maria here too. So these and the teachers I mentioned, these teachers, again, 100% of their students scored 100% on both the state assessment and the program assessment, which just does not. But that same dedication that you saw in Stacy is very evident in their classrooms, very focused on students really understanding those technical skills and having the confidence to achieve, these career paths and economic independence like we talk about. So well done. I don't even have the words to express how impressed we are with the achievement of your students. We know that's not by accident. It's the hours and hours that you put into lesson planning and knowing the right strategies for those students. It's just amazing what you do every day. Thank you.
Thanks.
And finally, Terry Manias, who's not with us at the moment. They are in the middle of 8-hour instructional days at Central Campus, that I think you know, right? Students in aviation continue through the year, but then they keep going like the Energizer Bunny. They are still on campus working hard. Terry Manias is retiring this year. He is an amazing instructor. He was our first DME, that's a designated maintenance evaluator. So, you know, we're very much about industry credentials, and we've talked every year about how do we get students to get more and more and more students to that industry credential. One of the things that we did many years ago is create our own DME so that students again can be comfortable because they do the DME on campus. Right, so instead of having to go to a foreign area where they're kind of nervous, they get to do the DME right here on campus with an instructor that they trust, knows that cares about them, is going to hold high standards to them, but knows that that person cares about them. So Terry was willing to take that on for the district, really became a first for West-MEC to have their own DME on staff. And we're sad that Terry's no longer going to be in our classroom every day, but he has agreed to stay on and be a DME on site for us. So we're very excited about that. But we certainly celebrate him and his achievements, and we'll make sure we get this over to him tomorrow for him to celebrate, because I know he's with students right now doing DMEs, so he wasn't able to be here. But these are the folks that make their. And you know, I'm supposed to perhaps say a word about myself retiring. But truly, it's nothing but an honor to work for these people and be able to sing their stories, because they are the ones who have done this and continue to do amazing things here in this community. Born and raised 10 minutes from here, that I very much care about. I know this community will continue to connect people with the American dream because of the work that these folks and the people on our campuses do regularly. So it's been an honor. Thank you.
You figured you'd probably not say much about yourself, so I happen to have a few words, and I do want to open it up to the board because you have been here almost as long as me. You started in West-MEC in 2010 as Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and you're now retiring as Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning and Campus Operations. A lot of what you've done during your career, you've shaped West-MEC in so many different ways and for our district, and help create a national model for CTE. So a few of your accomplishments. You designed and taught the first district teacher training program, first principal at West-MEC, led the first and last accreditation efforts, and I hope there will be somebody else to follow after you, but our last to date. You created the first teacher evaluation system, you developed the first West-MEC assessment system, the first district performance metrics, and you developed the CTE local district and member district support systems. Your footprint is all over West-MEC. So you'll be impacting our students for a long time. You and I have had many conversations about many things over the years, and I appreciate all you have done for West-MEC and help bringing me up to speed on things as well. So on behalf of all of the West-MEC family and myself, thank you for all you have done. And I am going to the rest of the board, anyone who would like to say anything.
Wait.
I just want to say that, you know, I really love you and I'm gonna miss you a lot, you know, you have always opened with welcome arms. Anything that any questions I had, you've always filled me in, and very professional and stuff like that. And also I want to hear is that you're gonna say, I'll be back. But congratulations and good luck with your new position.
I would say that we gotta fund a statue to put of you in front of the building, so we can all salute as you walk in, make it the Chris standard. I tell you that, you know, coming into a new organization is tough, as for myself, coming onto this organization, you made it very easy on this side of the house. On the other side of the house, you are courageous and brave, speaking with companies you know nothing about, speaking with industries and learning industries that you just got a little taste of it. By the time you walk out, you're an expert. You're a tough act to follow, I can tell you that. But I appreciate all that tenacity outside West-MEC facing the public, because without that, all of the development that we see right now, it would be much harder to reach those goals. I think that the West-MEC model is only as good as people that are using it. And I think that you've helped make that very simple, and you've gone out of your way many of times to make sure that that communication is right on the money. You present well, you've always communicated well, you're approachable. You're everything that anybody would ever describe as a leader. So, and I really like leaders. Leaders is, my military side loves that stuff, so you really ring true to those kinds of attributes. I hope you don't go away, I hope you stay connected. Wherever you go, I'm gonna bother you, so I'll find you. But I think if this is your destiny of your next career path, good luck. I'm sure you're gonna do well. Whatever you're gonna do, you're gonna own it, so thank you.
Thank you very much. That's more than enough to be said about me for sure. But
That's the thing, Mr. Welch, you are very humble. Sorry you're retiring. This is our chance. And I know Ms. Wiley, and I'm not gonna deny Ms. Wiley the opportunity to speak either.
We wouldn't have what we have without you. And a lot of people here, me, a lot of the teachers, a lot of the students wouldn't be where they are today without your help. You've been wonderful. And you're gonna be wonderful wherever you go, but come back. Love you.
Juan and then Dr. Spurgeon.
I just want to echo, basically add on to what's already been said, but just always been very impressed in the last 2.5 years that I've been on the board. Just impressed with your knowledge and again, the way you present and professionalism, and it's always a joy to see your enthusiasm and excitement basically when you're presenting or speaking of the accomplishments of the students or the administration or the teachers, just to see that genuine joy in your face, you know, as you're speaking of them and their accomplishments, also reflects well on you. And it's been great to know you, and then also to know that you've been a core piece of the success of West-MEC. So I know you're gonna have a great, successful next phase of your career. Wishing you the best.
So he's not going too far. He actually has a little nesting spot upstairs at West-MEC. So ACTAC has an office space at the end of the hallway where he'll be here from time to time. So he'll be there for Jared to ask questions or someone to talk to. But you know, Stephen, it's in 34 or 5 years, one of the best employees I've ever worked with. Really appreciate it. You've blossomed over the last 2 years and you and I both know that. You've just come from such a great place to an even greater place. And so Stephen doesn't know this, but I'm probably going to bring a recommendation to put his name on either a new facility or one of our programs. Because if you look at the architect of West-MEC and who we are, where we are, and how we got here, I think this would be one of the shining examples for us to be able to leave a legacy of the person who really was responsible for a lot of the great things that are happening right now at West-MEC. So just want to tell you how much I appreciate you. And I'll miss you.
thank you. That is incredibly humbling. It is difficult for me, Mr. Straka, so it is. Thank you for your words and forcing it, and know that West-MEC is only beginning to hit its stride. I have the complete confidence under Dr. Spurgeon's leadership, this board's leadership, and these people. I have never seen a collection of more talented, passionate educators in my life. I am very impressed to sit back and see what happens, because I know they're gonna take everything we've done and just make it so much better. And working with the association, I'm gonna be your biggest fan and get to tell this story, what you're doing on both the state and the national stage. And you guys are gonna make me successful in the next job because I'm gonna keep leaning on your successes. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very, very humbled. Thank you.
Picture of Stephen.
Stephen, you're not quite out yet. We were gonna do a picture with the board. We just. June always is. People retire. Same order?
Yes.
Ready, 3, 2.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, that brings us down to item number 2, bond status. Mr. Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Spurgeon. That's tough to follow that. That was fun. But I guess this is back to business. Hopefully I won't bore you. So today, like we did about this time last year, feels like a good time to update the board on the bond status of the district. And so I do have a few things to say to take us through this, but please stop me, let me know if you have questions. And we'll do what we can to make it feel updated. So on the screen, I know it's a detailed schedule with a lot of small writing here, but you might remember this from last year. It's a schedule of the 5 outstanding bond issues that the district has in each one of those brown boxes across the top. Going down the schedule, that's going in the future in fiscal years. This schedule's in thousands. And so the district, after the July 1, 2024 payment, as shown on the far right with the combined amounts, will have about $98.5 million of outstanding bonds after this payment coming up July 1. And payments on the far right there are now are going to be about $23 million for the next couple of years and dramatically decline to about 5.3 million moving on. Going down below those boxes, you'll see the principal amounts maturing in each fiscal year. When it comes to bonds and these great amounts, each maturity year can have a different interest rate. So that's what you see right next to the principal amounts there. I'll point to you to the bottom section here, highlighted in blue, where we show that the 2008-13 bonds and the B14 bonds are now callable early anytime with a 30-day notice without any penalty. And the Series C 2015 bonds will become callable at any time next July 1st. And so that's relevant to the few slides hereafter where we'll talk about the early call bond program. Mr. Ramirez?
The interest is what's under the coupon column, right? Is that what that is?
That is the interest rate for each one of those individual bond maturities.
Okay. And what do you mean by callable? Can you explain that?
Yeah, no, it's when bonds are sold, they typically have a feature that says that you could pay these off early. And normally it's within 9 or 10 years of when you sold the bonds, with or without a penalty. And so these bonds, you could see at these the Series A 2013 bonds, they first became eligible to pay down early without any kind of penalty in 2023. So we've had our eyes on that. This year, the 2014 bonds became able to be paid down early. And then next year, the 15 bonds will be able to be paid down early.
And when you say outstanding bonds, 98 million, that's what we have left to spend. Is that our balance?
No, sir, that's the principal amount of payments that you're going to have to pay over the next until 2035. And you see the second column from the right, if you didn't pay these bonds down early, that shows your interest payments that would be due each fiscal year.
17 million.
So it's essentially like your mortgage. We owe 98 million, but to pay it off
Mhm.
in 10 years will cost us 115.
Okay, thank you.
Might as well keep these lower interest rates and go on the next one.
The 6.7, is that from, we increased the tax rate last year and the board voted to spend $6 million to buy some of this back. How much did we get in the increased tax rate? Is that just a 0.7?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, per your direction, last year at this time, the bond tax rate was set at 13 cents. And so that raised about 6.7 million more than we needed to make the current payment. And so therefore, and we're going to talk about this in a few slides, we have $6.7 million available to make some of those early payments on some of these future principal amounts.
And then also the board voted to take another 6 million and buy that out. So I don't see that 6 million call in there. So there's really 12.7 million to.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, available right now is 6.7 million. We'll work, with the board's thumbs up today. Again, we will work with the county treasurer to set the tax rate again in late July, which will be adopted by the county board of supervisors. And following through from what you talked about, we all talked about last year, we'll set the bond tax rate at 13 cents again. And I have a schedule in a few slides here. Let me take a quick peek at it. Next year, based on the assessed value that we know for this next year, I guess I'll show you guys here. Column 2 shows that we anticipate about $8.2 million being raised this next year. And then in the following year, about 8.95 million, keeping that 13-cent bond tax rate in place for a total of almost 24 million. And we can get to that or now
So
if you want to.
are we allowed to, and I think I asked you this last year, are we allowed to accrue money in that account before we have bonds that we can pay off? So saying we keep the 13-cent tax rate through 2035, but we don't have the bonds to pay it off. We do a bond election and essentially we could almost maybe pay a lot of it off before we get there.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's levels of allowed. And so I want to be very careful here, but I'm going to say no. The county will, and lots of forces will want you to clear that account out every year and start fresh with setting the tax rate every year. I'll just keep it at that for right now.
Okay,
We
so
can go to that
we
level on that
can't,
discussion if you want. Yeah.
we can't prime the pump is what I was alluding to.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yeah, there is a further discussion we can have on this.
Okay,
But we probably need another agenda item.
No, I'll leave it at that.
And I will say that we're getting closer to actually implementing some of the actions of this, these bond efforts that we've talked about. And so I've asked, and Dr. Spurgeon invited Jim Gill with Gus Rosenfeld. That's the firm, he's from your bond counsel firm. He's basically your lawyer for all the bond elections you've had and the bond sales. And so he's with us as well, in case we get to, bonds 401. Mr. Spurgeon, Dr. Spurgeon.
I want to talk a little bit more about the highlighted 6.7 and why you picked those two, because the board asked last year, Mr. Straka did, which ones were the best ones to pick off, that would be best for the district. Tell us why you selected those two.
Absolutely. That's why I highlighted those in green. If we wanted to get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of picking out, so we're able, by the way, to pick out any one of these individual year principal amounts and call them in early. And so because that you see those two maturities in 2033 and 34 from the Series B 2014 issued, if you'll notice, they have the highest coupon associated with them, and they're the longer maturing maturities. If you simply took the number of years until that maturity, which is 10 years in the case of the long one, and multiplied it times that 4.5% coupon.
It's 45%.
That's 45% interest. So 45% times that principal amount that you would save. And in this, calling these 6.7 million of these two maturities early, the interest savings should be around 2.8, 2.9 million dollars, just off the 6.7 million. So now that this is why I started with this schedule, because it has a lot of good information on it, and it triggers a lot of good questions, but if you did that same math for all those other bond maturities, it would be less than 45%.
Is there a cost to calling it in early?
There is, your paying agent who the county requires you to hire, has a $250 fee for that. We will need lots of letters and closing documents from our bond counsel here. And I think it's in the neighborhood of $5,000. So it's gonna be about $5,250. But we have no penalty for paying them down. That should be it. In terms of cost.
So then also last year when we did this, the board also voted to take 6 million out of capital to buy back additional bonds. So where is that $6 million in here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I know the administration has been running that down. I think I'd like to ask Ms. Rodriguez to come up there and address that before I get us to, bonds 501 again.
Thank you, Chairman Straka, members of the board, Dr. Spurgeon. I have done some research for you to see if that is a transfer that we can make. So we cannot, you can't transfer money out of a capital fund into the bonds to pay them down. What we can do, however, is the bonds that we have in the bank right now. Once we get done with all of our projects, we have bond money left over. We can use that bond money to pay off the $6 million that you're asking, and we can turn then the capital money, the $6 million in capital money, and put that towards the projects that we're funding the bonds with.
So why can't we just take 6 million of the capital to pay for some of the bond, essentially where the bond money comes from, and just take that bond money now and pay for it?
Well, we can't. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the capital money and use it towards the bond projects.
So we're just wrong meter to pay Paul.
Right.
To be able to get it done.
And so we'll do that this year then?
Well, we're hoping to have the majority of the bond money spent by the end of this year. So once that bond money is spent and we show that we have that bond money left over, it can go back to paying down the principal as you requested.
So just
Get creative.
why can't we just, it's like too many hoops to jump through and you're doing the same thing. Why do they, Barbara, you're at the Capitol. Why do they make this so complicated? Okay, we're gonna get it done. It's just, they're gonna make us jump through 2 extra hoops to do it. So they gotta make money. True.
Well, for the paperwork.
So when you calculated your numbers and you said 8 million next year, did you add in the savings of these two and how that starts to roll forward as well?
I did. Can we don't have to do this. We can jump to the end if you want. Can
No,
we
keep going.
kind of wait to the end?
I think everybody's excited about,
Yeah.
well, some of us are excited about bonds and numbers more than others.
I don't want to force this on you, but there's just a few key variables that you need to keep track of when it comes to bonds, and I think board members will want to know, of course, your payment schedule, how much do I have outstanding and things like that. But the other variable is your tax rate. So on the second page here, on the bottom, these are your historical tax rates. On the bottom, the orange color, I guess that's your nickel tax rate that you have to levy. And then the light orange has been your bond tax rate. You can see in fiscal 18, it was set at, the total tax rate is about 18 cents, but you subtract the 5-cent nickel tax rate, that bond tax rate was 13 cents at that time. But because of assessed value growth and interest earnings and things like that, we let the tax rate come down a little bit from the 13 cents. And just as a reminder, last year, we thought, hey, let's stick with the 13-cent bond tax rate and see that into the future. So that's where the tax rate's been. The other major variable is assessed value. Now I know this is complicated, but this is another 10-year history of your assessed values. You have 2 different kinds of assessed values. One is limited in how much it can grow each year. There was a Prop 117 in 2017 that was voted on that said existing properties can grow no more than 5% per year to be used for taxes. And that's the light colored column you see there. And so that's the limited assessed value. That's the value that's used to calculate taxes. You know, the tax rate times your limited assessed value of your property determines how much taxes you're gonna pay. This is district-wide, all taxable properties. The other kind of assessed value is called the full cash assessed value. That's unrestricted in how much it can grow each year. That's not used for taxes, but it is used as the ceiling for how high that limited value could ever get. It can't exceed that. But it's also used for bonding capacity, and in statute, your debt limit is 1% of this full cash assessed value. You could see now over on the far right, coming in this fiscal year, that the unrestricted value has grown because of the huge growth we've had in property values over the last 3 or 4 years. It's about $44 billion. And so your gross amount of debt capacity is 440 million. But you would have to subtract off your outstanding bonds to figure out how much you could actually sell at the current time. But if you subtract that $44 billion unrestricted assessed value from the $23 billion limited value, that shows you that you have $20 billion to grow before you would come up to that ceiling. However, that ceiling can change as well. If there's ever a correction in property values, or new growth stops in the district, your ceiling could be lowered going into the future. So I just wanted you to see that this looks, you guys are, you know, the whole west half of Maricopa County, but a lot of individual school districts. So this chart looks very much the same. And keep in mind, just one more comment real quick, keep in mind too, that these values that are used for taxes are about 2 or 3 years old. So the assessor sent out these notices of value February 2023 from information they collected in 2022. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and we've had some. So if you could just kind of walk the board through some of the conversation we had, because I sent you some examples. The full cash value for 2025, the projections are going down anywhere from 6 to 9% on the property values. And then the other thing is, talk about, because what's taxed in 2025, we won't really see till 2027.
Correct.
Because, and if you explain it better than me, but how that process works, you just got your tax notice from the county assessors, and you have till December to appeal it for 2025. That tax payment won't come out until November 2025 and due May 1st, 2026. And so that's where, even though you're seeing growth, we won't benefit from that growth for 2 more years. And did I?
No, very well said. And I can talk more about it if you want. And keep in mind too, that this is the aggregate of existing properties and new properties. So you're the whole west half of Maricopa County. And so although you may have some existing properties declining, it's hard to determine how many new properties are coming online. And whatever we project, we hope that everyone feels that, okay, we're not being completely unrealistic, but we're being conservative because we are planning here, but we want to try and be realistic. And just to kind of, move to the front really quick, in making these tax rate projections and things that I have in here, I'm assuming the full cash assessed value grows at about 3% on average per year. Whereas you look in this chart down below here, the second row from the bottom, the 10-year average has been 5.7. And just in the last 3 or 4 years, we've had 7 to 8% growth. But there are other factors that we want to be realistic about. So I use 3% going forward for that. That's for calculating tax rates. For calculating bonding capacity, I only calculated 1% growth going forward. I'm just, we're taking information that we have and being as sophisticated as we can in projecting. This is different than we projected in past years to try and be conservative.
Other questions from the board? I don't want to be the only one asking numbers questions.
Oh, you're the numbers person, so.
Okay, so those are sort of the big variables for your outstanding bond status. Now let's take a look at the couple of actions that we could take a look at here. One is the early bond calls we mentioned, based on this 13-cent bond tax rate going forward in the future. Again, with those assessed value projections, like I mentioned, which is 3% of the limited full cash assessed value, we should be able to raise about 23.8 we should get a payment reduction overall of about $31.2 million. And so you could see the difference between those numbers is just short of 8 million. That's the amount you would save if this were gonna happen. And it looks like it's gonna. But also, we're going to be able to eliminate all payments from fiscal 31 through fiscal 35 with this program. We took a look at these number of years of these early bond calls to also take a look at the potential and theoretical possibility of having a bond election as soon as November 2025. And so with those early calls in place where we paid down a lot of the payments and keeping the 13-cent tax rate in place, that means no tax rate increase. And we had bond sales just based upon the timing of projects. Over a 15-year amortization, that fits about $364 million. So what does that mean? You could, if our projections of assessed value are correct, then over a 15-year period, you could fit in paying down $364 million of new bonds, which the first sale would be spring of 26 after a November 2025 bond election.
With no tax rate increase.
With no tax rate increase, keeping that 13 cents in place.
13 cents.
You're going from 10 years to 15 years then.
Correct.
And what's the increase in interest rate for the taxpayer by adding 5 years?
Well, right, I don't know what the yield curve is gonna be when we get there, but right now the yield curve is inverted, meaning that rates go down actually as you go the first 3 or 4 years. But then rates are pretty flat out to the 10-12% mark. We're selling 20-year bonds right now in the 4 to 4.5% range. And for voter pamphlets, for 20-year bonds, we typically put in 5.5 to 6%. For projecting, and so because this was 15, I didn't think 5.5 was necessary, but if people feel better about that, please advise me. 5% probably gives you another full percent of rate increase by the time we get there. So again, I'm trying to be conservative, but we also want to be realistic in what we do, so people don't think our numbers are completely, out of the ballpark. So I feel 5% is fair, and when you sell bonds, you sell them over a number of years and you might get a 6 on one of them, but then you also might get a 4 on the other one and you might get a 3. So it's really hard to predict what interest rate you would use. And again, some of our major assumptions too were this limited assessed value growth at 3% and which is to use for tax rates, and this full cash assessed value growth at 1%, which is to use for bonding capacity. Okay, so if we're ready, we'll go ahead and go on to the mind numbing.
Couple more questions.
Yes, please.
364 million, how does that compare to other bond elections recently? What the number wise?
Right, I'm gonna forget a few of them, Jim, so help me with this. Where was Mesa at this year?
Is it about 500?
I think Mesa was at 500. Tolleson was at 125. Peoria just called for 120. Agua Fria was at, was it 123, Jim?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah, 123. Dicer just called for 127 million. Was Deer Valley at 300 plus million?
I think so, yes.
And I think they're coming back with a number less, but almost that.
Deer Valley failed this last one.
They did, a handful of them failed, but then more than half of them did pass.
So and I know you're not an election expert, but is there a magic number of, like Deer Valley failed substantially, 60% against for a $300 million bond? Do lower bonds pass, or are we better off doing like 150 million in 25 and 150 million in 26, so it doesn't look huge, or you go all out and put all your eggs in the basket, but it's a big number?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think those are all great questions, and we were talking about it with Kevin a little bit ago. Last time you guys went out for a bond election, I don't think it was very much of a fee, but you can also do some polling beforehand, and you can hire these guys to answer questions like that. So if you get that close, I think it might be worth at least interviewing. I think last time you guys used poll bets.
Yeah, so they did polling. They said with no publicity, our bond would pass somewhere between 67 and 70%. And our bond barely passed with 50% when absentee ballots came in a few days after the election. And so I don't give a lot of credence to polling because they overestimated our support by 17%, which was stunning because I thought CTE would play better. If you go back to that slide, I have one more question. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
If when you talk about the 10 and 15-year bonds and the rate, are they callable?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I could have mentioned that, which is, as a reminder, we started out with 15 to 20-year bonds with our 2012 election, and now we're here calling them in early. And a normal early call feature for bonds is about 9 to 10 years. So yes, to answer your question, and not to elaborate too much, but yes, this would be kind of like starting out with a 30-year mortgage and then, you know, refinancing into a 15 when you can, sort of opportunity.
Or if we kept it at 13 cents, we continue to get growth
Yes.
and you can, because the one thing that I think we don't talk about is if you keep it flat, when that little statement comes, it says West-MEC increase 0%. And everybody's happy. We're banking money, we're paying off bonds early. And could we even do that if it wasn't callable for? Put the money in the bank waiting for it to be called for 9 years, or would we have to wait until year 9?
The answer to that is yes. Yes.
Yes, I have to wait till year 9, or yes, I
No,
can put it in the bank?
there are ways to bank the money. It's just we have to take it out of the debt service fund and you have to hire an pay for an escrow and things like that, but that can happen. And then we have a whole bunch of IRS hoops that we have to jump through, but yes.
Otherwise, yeah.
Kind of like your own personal finance. Yeah, it's hard to do these things.
Okay.
But yes, the answer is yes. Okay, just to not go through all the details, but this is the detail behind the summary on the previous page. The whole first half of the page, left to right, is dedicated to taking a look at these early calls. And again, going down the page is going in to future fiscal years. You can see in column 2 that nearly 24 million that looks like it could be raised from the 13-cent tax rate over the next couple of years. Columns 4, 5, and 6 show the payment reductions from calling in those bonds over the next couple of years, and that's where we get that in column 4 there, that estimated $31.2 million of payment reductions. And then you can see in fiscal 31 through 35 zeros for the payments and tax rate. It looks like we'll be able to eliminate payments in those years. And we went ahead and put in a projection of future bonding capacity. And again, that's 1% of that full cash unrestricted assessed value, minus the outstanding bonds at each individual year. And at fiscal 26, which is the year in which that November 25 bond election could occur, bonding capacity is 378 million, so more than that $364 million number. But if you consider that bond sales occur in years after the election, within 3 or 4 years, you're up to $450 million of bonding capacity, if we're right about only 1% growth in that. So that's kind of the early calls analysis, just to show you the payments on that 364 million over the 15 years with no tax rate increase at 13 cents. That's columns 8 and 9. And if you start adding the tax rates with the existing bonds and these new bonds, that's what gets you to the combined columns 10 and 11. You can see 13 cents in the far right-hand column all the way down. Again, assuming those assessed values, which hopefully we're being too conservative. So that's a lot of the information we thought to provide the update. Thanks for the questions, but we'd be glad to answer more if you want. We probably need to have a question for Jim.
Oh, so what is the amount that we're looking at? Have we considered a dollar amount?
That 364 would be really nice. I could spend $1 billion. But we're actually gonna start planning for purposes of putting projects to dollars, which will help us make a lot more sense about what that number should come in at.
Do you know what Deer Valley was trying to build? What were they trying to build with that 300 bond? A new
Is there a new
school?
school in that? I don't recall. I don't know if there's a new school in that.
I don't think there was.
It was just all routine, maintenance, capital maintenance and HVAC year to year.
got a lot of difference between Deer Valley and West-MEC.
Yeah, they had direct opposition, even on the board, direct opposition to the bond issue.
Well, they put 60 million in there to buy new laptops for students. And who wants to spend bond money for 20 years for something that's gonna be good for 3? And that's what the opposition I heard was. So, I mean, I think part of it is you have to be smart with what you put in the bond, not just let's throw some stuff out there and hope it sticks. Is there an option to do 2 bond questions in the same election? Like you show, 100 and I'm just worried that one big 300 million looks overwhelming.
Yeah.
But if you give the voters like 150 and 150, well, maybe you get 90% support on the first one and 50.01 on the second. You might get them both through, but you definitely get one through. Are you allowed to do 2?
Yes, you're allowed to do that, Mr. Chairman, but again, that comes back to
Jim's on his way, so.
Jim's on his way, huh?
I was just gonna agree with Brian. You got it dead right. We were actually asked that question a couple of times over the past couple of years by school districts trying to get creative. And yeah, we concluded that you could do 2 bond questions on the same ballot. Having said that, we've never seen it done. And then to go back to your point about Deer Valley and the financing the laptops, just to be fair, it's clear in the statute that you can't use 20-year bonds to pay for laptops. Laptops have to be paid with the first 5-year maturity of that 20-year bond. That probably wasn't clear to the folks in opposition, but we could make that clear if you guys choose to do technology on a future bond issue. That it's the early bonds by state law that are required to pay down the technology.
Yeah, I would say, but there's other stuff we can do, and why even invite opposition?
Yeah.
I think that would burn a lot of goodwill that West-MEC has built over the years in doing, in my opinion, something like that. Because, I mean, a 2-year-old computer is over. I'm sorry?
Talking about the standard education out there versus West-MEC. It's just too different. Totally.
We don't
But
have
a
to
lot of
decide
people
tonight
don't
either.
understand that. They don't.
Is there any,
Walk around trying to collect.
is there any advantage or disadvantage of going out the same time as member districts?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, I don't want to sound like I'm passing the buck, but I think those are good questions for the professionals. And even if at the end you want to question their judgment, these people do things that we're not able to, which we don't spend the time to do, which is they pull the voting history, they pull the voting records. I do know if you have 2 questions, I remember hearing that the second question gets less yes votes than the first. We had heard that, but I only know a couple of those things, so I'll say.
I'm
So
better off with half than none.
Yes, but no.
Is there a cost to doing, it's like $2,000, right, to do 2 questions versus 1 or something?
I'm not sure, but I assume the county has a separate cost for that extra ballot question, if you will. But then there are other additional costs all the way along, because you're gonna have a slightly thicker, if you will, voter information pamphlet, extra translation cost, extra printing cost, extra mailing cost. So it's gonna add up. It's gonna be more than 2,000 for sure to add that extra ballot question.
Isn't the primary gonna already be 2 ballots? Gary said it was gonna be 2 ballots.
Oh, a 2-page ballot? Yeah, at least. Yeah, I've heard that it could even be 3.
And I think it's gonna be impossible for us to ever put a bond issue question on the ballot where there's not somebody, somebody else.
Well, there's always gonna be some competition. I'm not a fan of mail-in ballots as the only choice. And I think I've told you this, my son's presidential primary ballot came in April in the mail. And
But that was a couple months later.
Yeah. I called 3 times for my bond election for Deer Valley. The post office is not my reliable. Anyway, any other questions? Any other questions for legal counsel? Now's your chance.
I'm always available too, even after this, email, phone, whatever.
I do have one question. So we don't necessarily have to use 364 million, or we could use more, is what you're saying? So it's kind of open-ended.
Well, and really what determines that is the need. So once we kind of get the project of need in a package put together, it would make more sense as to why whatever we're gonna request would be a request made, because that would be. Cause I'll probably be out when we go to bond, I'll probably be at 50 to 100 places talking about this to groups and communities and rotaries and Glendale chambers and all the chamber meetings, but that'll be the package that we'll go out and talk to the community about selling that. So if the number is 364, there'll be projects associated with the dollars that go with that. And what you really try to do is number one, you determine a need, but number two, you also try to include as many communities as you can with the greatest impact so that somebody feels like they're getting something out of that. And so with our 4 projects now, with the potential of, $350 to $400 million of additional projects, we're going to impact a tremendous geographic region.
100 or 364.
That's how much we have available right now for a no tax
At the
increase bond
13.
issue on the very conservative 1% growth in the valuation. If we get a 3 or 4% growth in that number, that 364 could go to 410, 411.
Okay,
But just as Dr. Spurgeon was talking about communities, Paradise Valley represents 18% of our income or our bonding revenue. There is no West-MEC facility in there. They're the biggest district as far as tax base. And so when you talk about spreading it around, they have been greatly neglected. And in the same thing, you also see we don't have many students enrolling, and there may be a correlation.
And we're working with Paradise Valley Community College and Paradise Valley.
Part of that discussion with the different groups, telling them the why you want to have this bond in there is also the good news story about the successes.
Yes.
We're a nationally recognized CTE program that's being implemented, blah, blah, blah. And so people have a better, if I can see the bang for the buck, I'm more apt to.
I think one of the things I did in one of them was, I just went through our cosmetology program. Over 10 years, we graduate this many students with an average income of 35,000 will return to the taxpayers $40 million in state income tax. That says a whole lot more than, who cares if you're nationally recognized? What does it mean to the taxpayer?
Right.
It comes back to you manyfold.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, James.
All right. And with that, Phil Zames, Adult Ed.
Evening, Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Spurgeon. It's West-MEC, but Phil's Amy works just fine. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's complicated. Totally not a problem. Liz works well too. So adult education supports West-MEC's mission by ensuring all community members have a place to earn the technical and professional skills for career readiness. Adult education enables West-MEC to fulfill Planet Lung's initial vision as a community education center. I want to share with you some pictures worth 1,000 words. So our instructor for our HVAC program, Mr. Michael Pyer, has established and nurtured a relationship with Dover Foods, also known as Hill Phoenix. You'll see it as a donation down the line. And these 2 particular alumni actually work for Dover Foods, and they were in the afternoon cohort that completed last. And they actually came back just out of the blue and wanted to present their tools that had been assigned to them to do their job, and they were presenting them to the current students. So that was extremely touching to our instructor, and he really wanted us to know that previous alumni students valued what they received here at West-MEC. They valued Mr. Pyer and the support from Dover Foods in allowing them to come in and present to the class. I do have to say that having them returned saved our teacher. He had been offered a phenomenal offer by Dover Foods, ironically, yes. But having these alumni students return just out of their own will to present how successful they were, the opportunities that they had, that he really felt that this is where he needed to be to make the most impact.
So I wanted to share with you, this one is super impactful, words that you would have to know the history of that. So just wanted to share that with you. So some accomplishments for adult education, for this particular year from July 1, 2023 through June, actually through today. We just had a completion ceremony today. We've had 105 completers. Total credentials earned by these completers are 268. Of these completers, from this year, 70 are employed. Actually, I probably have to say like 2 more because we found out 2 more are employed. So about 72 for this year that are currently employed. Let's see, so for Pell Grant, so this is a really huge highlight. Obviously, we've been eligible for federal student aid since 2020. Almost all of our programs are eligible. In 22-23, we only had 54 students actually apply. Okay, the application is free, and that's how we tell the students it's free, just apply. You know, if the government sets aside money, such as the Pell Grant, and if you're eligible, even if it's $100, it's 20 minutes of your time, it's definitely worth it. So we only had 54 apply last year. We received just under $160,000 for the whole year. Versus this year, we've had 106 eligible applicants that are for Pell Grant. We've had more applicants, but 106 were actually eligible for Pell Grant money. And I do have to correct this number. I have no idea how my numbers got transposed. It's very inflated. It's actually $397,000, which is still a lot. It's 140% of previous year, which is, and it's only received to date. We still have funds that are gonna come here in June, probably about another $30,000. So just in free money that the students were eligible to participate in our programs, and they applied and they received it. So we're super excited for them, because it helps them pay for their program. Yes, sir.
I had a question, for the student, even with the deduction of the Pell Grant, what is the student paying generally to attend the courses?
So cost varies by program. Our most expensive program is our aviation program, and that's roughly about 20,000. And that's for a 2.5-year period. And then our cheapest or our least expensive, most affordable program is just under 6,000.
And how much do they normally get in a Pell Grant per student? Just an estimate, you know, something.
The maximum Pell Grant is just under 7,000, and that's for full time. None of our programs are full time. So we have to do, because we run on clock hours, we have to do a calculation based on how many hours that they're actually gonna be doing. And then we calculate it from there.
The adult learner will generally invest around $10,000, $12,000 into the program.
They could
After
invest
Pell
all the way up to 20,000. We do have students in the aviation program that pay monthly, and they pay completely 100% out of pocket, $20,000.
Is there any other grants out there that we are just not looking at that we could take advantage to bring that cost down?
Oh, absolutely. We support and receive any scholarship that the student is applying for. Obviously, they can go through ETPL. And get funds that way. I mean, if anybody's willing to give them money, we're not gonna say no. We will receive it. We will work with them as long as they're willing to work with us. There's been a couple of schools that have provided scholarships. Off the top of my head, I can't really tell you all the ones that we've worked with, but there's at least 10 different scholarships that we've received. Some of them get paid from their employers. We do work with Corning Gilbert. They fully pay 100% for their tuition. We have one student that is in our welding program, and he is being fully funded by his employer, which is Noni's, who makes the little hard cookies. Sorry, I can't think of the name, but the little hard coffee cookies. So they're paying for it 100%. So we are happy to support anyone who is willing to pay for that.
Thank you.
Is FAFSA eligible?
FAFSA,
FAFSA?
yeah, so we are federal student aid eligible, yes. And we encourage all of them to apply. Obviously, thankfully, everyone is hesitant about taking out a student loan, and how we tell them, hey, we're not gonna encourage you to take out a loan, but if you do want to take out a loan, we will educate you as to what it means to take out a student loan. Right, thank you for your questions. All right, so this year, we received campus accreditation for the Northwest campus. As you know, that was a huge endeavor that we worked through in the fall. They came in early November. It was a quick, I was just thinking about it right now. It was a 2-day visit, but it was the less than a 24-hour actual visit from the members that participated. And of course, they came, they saw, they believed, they loved the campus. They were super impressed with our documentation, our proof, and how clean and easy it was for them to find everything that they needed. And of course, they fell in love with West-MEC and our programs. So they initially, that approval was supposed to occur in March of 2024, but the campus, the visiting lead was like, nope, we're gonna move it to December, and we received our approval in December, which was really, really phenomenal, because that allowed us to move forward with other entity approvals at that point, which was federal student aid approval for that particular campus. We also received the City of Surprise Scholarship through the Alliance. We received $100,000. We awarded just under $92,000 of that to the 13 students that actually started in February. So that was really, really nice. And we look forward to more funding. We're still waiting to see if they're looking to renewing that funding for the new year. Alrighty, new programs, new cohorts that we began. It was at the Northwest campus. It was our dental assisting program, and then our IT security program as well for the Northwest campus. Just some information about our programs from campus. This is the central campus. We have 4 different programs, actually 3 programs with 2 options for the welding technology in terms of schedules. We have an afternoon cohort and we have an evening cohort. I did indicate on here slanted, and many of you read that, which I loved, and you stole my thunder. So with all the changes that the Department of Education is going through for federal student aid, we are in the queue to receiving approval for the dental assisting program as well as the precision manufacturing program. So we've strongly encouraged those students currently enrolled in those programs to fill out their FAFSAs. That way, as soon as we have the approval to move forward, we can quickly just put financial aid offers together for them and get them their funding that they're eligible for. I do have to say that our aviation maintenance technology program continues to be waitlisted. It's been waitlisted for years. For this particular cohort that will begin in July, we have probably about 15 on the wait list, and we have 9 more students that are coming in just next week to tour that want to be placed on that wait list. So it's great to not have to worry about aviation. Our welding technology program that's going to start here in August for the evening is actually waitlisted as well. It's been waitlisted for at least the past 2 months, and students continue to add themselves to the waitlist and to get it.
Is that waitlisting, is that,
What is that?
what resources are lacking? I mean, is it facilities or instructors or both?
Oh, it's seats.
Seats.
Yeah, it's seats. Yeah, there's no seat. Can't really have somebody stand. Here. Thank you for your question. For the Northeast campus, as of now, we only have the HVAC program. We have an afternoon and we have an evening. The evening cohort is typically waitlisted. The afternoon cohort is a little bit more challenging, but is picking up traction as we continue to offer the program. And then the Northwest campus, as you heard, we have our dental assisting and IT security program. I do have to say that for the IT security program that's scheduled to start in January, we have begun to receive phone calls and requests for tours months ago. So we'll begin touring in July for that particular program at the Northwest campus, which is great because we need to begin filling those seats. And then for the Southwest campus, we have 4 different programs. We have 2 different sections for IT security and welding technology. IT security has also been waitlisted for every single cohort that we've offered for the evening program. I do have to highlight that of the 25 students that started in July of last year, they're all still in school, which is phenomenal that they have stuck around. So very, very proud of them for enduring it because they still have a little bit more time to go. But it's a great success there. Our pharmacy technician program that's gonna start next week has also been waitlisted. We had about 9 people as well, maybe like 2 weeks ago, that were trying to get the last seat that was available. So getting on that wait list as well. So I'm hoping that we're able to do either a morning cohort so we can have multiple options at the Southwest campus. So hopefully we have enough students that continue with that interest. We can add a section for pharmacy technician. And we're also already enrolling for the dental assisting program that's gonna start in October. So that's exciting. All right, so moving into another success. So West-MEC adult education programs are accredited by the Council on Occupational Education, AKA COE. I apologize for you new people or new board members that I use the acronym of COE, but COE is the acronym for the Council on Occupational Education. So they set annual benchmarks for us. Completion of those students that begin and actually complete the program, it's a minimum of 60%. Placement is a minimum of 70% and licensure is also 70%. So we exceeded all 3 sections, which is great. And I will be sharing with you how each program as well as each campus did. So for the central campus, the lowest one that we had was welding technology on completion. However, we still made it over 60%. We did have an instructor for that reporting period that left abruptly, and the students loved him and many of them left because he left. So, but since then, you know, things have been flowing very well. We've got stable teachers and stable students as well. And then for the Northeast campus, in terms of placement, we didn't make that benchmark of 70%. We had 5 students of those that completed that did actually not go to work. 3 of those never replied to our messages, multiple messages, phone calls, email, texts, everything. They just did not respond to us. And then the other 2 kept the jobs that they had, which just blows me away. Because I mean, of all of our programs, if you want to work, there's work. HVAC here in Arizona, you will find work. There is no way you can't find work. So it just really blew us away. We did have to submit a response to COE for not making this benchmark. So we began looking already into the future year, and future year is way above 70% in terms of placement.
That's good.
As it is, I'd have to say, the current cohorts that are in right now, they're probably more than 50% already employed in the field.
Is that hitting the lower number? Is that because it was a smaller class and then you have a couple of people and it just, is it too big of a percentage, or what was different about this class than all the others?
It was a high percentage of no response out of those. So we had 15 completers. So that took a big chunk of that. Not hearing from 5, it makes a big
So
difference.
that's the only.
Had we heard of just 1 more, we could have made it into the 70%, but
I guess
Drop them down.
it's like, why would you spend a year in a program and pay all this money
yes.
and then not go into it?
It blows us away. You have no idea. It blows us away. I mean, we've had presenters come in, actually industry partners, you know, that are seeking, you know, to hire our students, and they've presented to a particular program and they're like, literally, send me an email, I will hire you. I mean, that bold, and they just don't. You know, could they be scared? It could be that they could be scared, but you know, a couple of students were like, oh, can I still send it like 2 days later? Like, no, you missed your window. That was that night. So it blows us away as to how you come, you spend time, you spend money, and you just don't do anything with it.
Do they need more, maybe more training or breakdown of the steps required to acquire that job
Maybe interviewing.
or interviewing perhaps?
I mean, for the industry part that came and said, email me your name.
Yeah,
and
I guess
your
there's not much.
information. I'm gonna hire you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
It's easier to need that, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's like here, just sign right here. Here's your offer. I mean,
So you think that the night students versus the day students generally get a lot of support all the time. They always got someone talking to them, mentoring them, moving them along. You think the night courses, the adult learners, do you think they're lacking that a little bit? Some kind of mentorship, oversight while they're walking through their education path to get them from point A to point B? Is something we can do there to keep them going, or what do you think?
to answer the beginning of your question, when we look at our students, we look at at all students. We don't look at, oh, well, you're here in the afternoon, because our campus administrators that oversee adult education are there till the evening. And they schedule time, like if someone, like, we have weekly meetings where we look at weekly attendance, we look at grades. So we quickly identify within a week, hey, what's the plan? Who are we talking to? You know, if they're absent, we're calling. It's like, hey, where are you? What's your plan? So we have done and continue to do a lot. One thing that we're going to try that is gonna be a little different is transitioning the ownership to the student. Obviously, we're gonna track it, we're gonna monitor it, and we're gonna harass them as much as we can to get it done. But we are gonna put the ownership back on the student of, hey, if you're not gonna come to class, we need to hear from you. You know, otherwise, you know, consider it a job. You don't show up, you're gonna get fired. And if you need to make up work, you need to request it. We can't tell you, oh, hey, here's the work that you need to do. I mean, you're adults, you're enrolled in a post-secondary program. So we're trying to transition that ownership back to the student. Really, we want them to be successful. The teachers want them to be successful. They need to want to be successful because we have the resources.
They've been a person more personal investment. Okay.
Thank you for the questions. Alrighty, and then last but not least, Southwest Campus, everyone exceeded all benchmarks, so. Alrighty, and then moving on to our testing center, so from July 1 up until like May 29th, we have served 2,490 testers. The majority of our tests are GED. That is the biggest bulk of our testing, and then after that is NES testing, which is for instructors, teachers. So we get a lot of those. That would be our next biggest one. And we can test all the way to some Secret Service tests, which is kind of cool. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, and out of the testing center, we're now Monday through Friday. We've been Monday through Friday availability since, I'd have to say like end of January. So we're super excited to be able to offer that to the community. So in summary of our successes, the majority of our programs are eligible for federal student aid minus dental and precision, which is we're just actually awaiting for a green light from them to allow us to offer them to dental as well as precision. The majority of our programs are waitlisted, which is phenomenal. We have a lot of support from industry partners in terms of coming in for advisories and offering job opportunities. And we have lots of dedicated staff and instructors to be here, to do the hard work, you know, to decline a high paying opportunity to be here to make a difference. And we look forward to customized training opportunities via the Innovation 27, as well as anything else that industry partners are looking to. All right, and thank you for allowing me to present. I also have for questions, yes.
On your IT security programs, what kind of certifications do they walk out of here with?
So in the adult ed program, they're not embedded into the program and they're not part of the cost because those are paid out to, for example, Pearson View. They have to pay them directly. So we don't fund those. However, our students typically take CompTIA, Security Plus, Linux. They do take test out exams.
Right.
Those are not typically recognized by industry per se, but they do get test out certifications.
How do you balance the capacity of high school programs versus adult ed? How do we make space and balance? Because we only have so many buildings. How do we know, hey, we can move an adult ed here?
We have discussions with obviously leadership. The biggest one is scheduling. And that's how we've worked our schedules is like, okay, secondary is obviously set because they have to work with the high schools. So we work with what's left.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. They get what's left.
And we're happy to take what's left.
And are we allowed to use any bond money for adult ed?
Well, you're really asking a two-sided question. So the adult ed uses the same facilities and equipment that the high school do. So whatever you buy for this can also be utilized for.
But we can't do specific.
No eminent funding or district funding can be used for adult ed. It all comes from the tuition payments that we receive.
But we can use what we already have to create adult ed and charge.
For them to use the facility.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams. You've been patiently waiting.
Hi, Chairman Straka, members of the board, Superintendent Spurgeon. I'll keep my update brief this evening. I've spent the last month or two kind of taking note of things that I'm gonna miss about working with Mr. Stephen Welch. I'm reminded this evening that one of the things I'm gonna miss most is his discreet control of the thermostat in the boardroom. I can always count on him walking over discreetly and knocking it down a couple degrees. You all know that I tell the truth.
And that's why Ms. Wiley has put on her
Yeah,
sweater.
the layers are coming on. Dr. Spurgeon highlighted much of our partnership work this month, and I just want to piggyback on that to say that it really does illustrate these impressions and these little orange touch points that West-MEC is having, not just across our footprint, but we've got people in Tierra del Fuego, Argentina, talking about West-MEC. We've got people in Honolulu talking about the West-MEC model and how that partnership with West-MEC is going to change families and generations to come on the island. We've got people at the federal level that are informing policy and really kind of will certainly use this morning's experience from the Southwest campus and the testimony of our students and the tour there to just as a best practice and a model that could be replicated across the country. So we're very proud of that. I recently had the opportunity to attend with Mr. Guy the groundbreaking of Agua Fria's high school number 6. So they'll be adding a new opportunity to a community not too far from us, and we're excited for them and the expansion and the growth that they're experiencing in Agua Fria. I also had the opportunity to with Speranza Cleese and Mr. David Swarnick join leadership from Deer Valley Unified School District and Sandra Day O'Connor High School to talk with the college board about an AP cybersecurity pathway that would bridge between O'Connor High School and West-MEC programming. So this would really be the first of its kind when we start talking about AP CTE. And this shows just how far career technical education has come from the days of VOC Ed, where we're talking about AP courses and honors credit for career technical education. So that's exciting as we look forward to that. I also want to thank Ms. Julie Rodriguez, who I think is still in the room here. She has become instrumental to the conversation around Innovation 27 and the work that we're doing at this point forward. I'm gonna assume we all know what Innovation 27 is. I'm gonna stop referring to it as the old Kmart off I-17 in Northern. But we are working with the city of Phoenix and some other collaborators, with Community College District and ASU and NAU, to repurpose that site into really a community asset and a training facility, on many levels. And West-MEC's proud to be a partner in that space. Julie Rodriguez has come on to connect that work with our industry partner, the AMS Group, to really inform an adult ed offering there, or a customized training offering there in refrigeration technician. It would also be the first of its kind and would, I think, become a national model for training refrigeration techs. I just read an article this week that talked about what's coming from the EPA and the federal regulations around refrigerant and how it's applied and how it's used in the certifications that'll be required. Update on West-MEC Connections. That's again our transportation effort our efforts to remove the transportation barrier for students wishing to attend our central programs. We continue to partner with Formative as our transportation partner, looking to expand some of those connections. We've got the existing IGAs with our member districts to utilize their fleet, their staff to move students back and forth, using our grant funds to offset that cost to the district. Valley Metro bus passes where it works, where it makes sense. Unfortunately, today those routes don't get to all of our campuses, but as we work with MAG and the potential of Prop 427, I believe, the transportation infrastructure funding, we'll look to expand and really be strategic about where those bus routes go and get them in close proximity to our member district schools as well as our West-MEC campuses. We are excited about the attention that We Ride and that micro transit option is getting in the West Valley. Currently, Goodyear, Avondale, and Surprise utilize that. It's $2 each way for residents within those communities. It's $1 for students each way within those communities. The challenge is it's not regional. It's locked in their municipality. So we're excited about the attention it's getting because that then could have the potential of making it regional, where we get to cross those city lines and really make it a viable option for our students. We've got Buckeye talking about it. We're working with the city of Glendale to explore that option in the west side here. So I think that that's got some potential looking forward. Some questions that came up last month around family reimbursement and what that might look like. I did pass those on to legal counsel, and the two questions, one was, would that be considered a gift of public funds if we were providing families reimbursement or some type of paying for their transportation to get to West-MEC? And the response was no, because the return on that is the ADM generated for those students being able to attend West-MEC. So the return is greater than what they would be getting in that transportation reimbursement. The second question I believe that came up last month was around liability and what that looked like. And upon looking at the structure of working with Formative as a transportation partner to coordinate third-party transportation like the Valley Metro bus, We Ride micro transit, rideshare options like Hop, Skip, Drive, or Uber. All of those agreements would have West-MEC named as additional insured, but those third-party providers would be the primary liability carrier. So our legal counsel was comfortable with the way that those were drafted. Legislatively, we are, I think, day 148 of this session, so we're going longer than most people anticipated. And at this point, as we enter June, we kind of get up against that. They're kind of having a stare down at the Capitol and seeing who's going to move first or make a mistake in the negotiation process, because everybody knows that while there's no constitutionally stated deadline for sine die to close the legislature. There is this June 30th requirement to have a budget in place or really face some significant consequences to that in terms of any non-essential services and furlough of government staff and other things. So we'll see what transpires over the next 3.5 weeks, but some of the things that we're paying attention to is the aggregate expenditure limit. Right now, early versions of these negotiations don't show that that's being accounted for. The waiver isn't being accounted for in these budget negotiations. We hope that that changes. You'll remember a couple of years ago, we faced that uncertainty of whether or not we would be able to expend the resources allocated to us by the legislature because of that aggregate expenditure limit. The last budget cycle, they took care of FY24 and overrode that and allowed us to exceed that aggregate expenditure limit. Right now, that's not being discussed as a priority item in the current budget negotiations. Again, we hope that that changes so that we can have that certainty going into FY25. The fourth year CTED funding, as we've talked about, that 9th grade, 13th grade in-demand program funding. We're looking to just clean that up a little bit, not make it a regional in-demand, but a statewide in-demand program or programs that would qualify for that funding. We're hoping to get those into those same budget negotiation conversations. So it's a very tight budget with the deficit, and people are looking at, even if that shift in policy would be $1 million out of a significantly larger budget, they're looking at those things and not likely to advance those this session, but we will remain optimistic. Lastly, ESAs and STOs, I just want to bring attention to our governing board that this is a conversation that our families are navigating as they really enter the educational marketplace. The landscape has changed. We work and we believe in CTE for all students, regardless of where you're coming to us from. But we do feel a sense of responsibility to help families navigate some policies that really have kind of been thrown at them pretty quick when it comes to ESAs and how that impacts their ability to attend West-MEC. Now that if they accept ESAs, they have to pay tuition to come to West-MEC. They can use their ESA funds to do that, but that then could take away from what they have available to use for their other educational needs. STOs get a little more tricky, and these are student tuition organizations, and they serve as scholarships for students attending private schools. And recipients of these scholarships are also not eligible to generate ADM. So they can also attend West-MEC on a tuition basis. They cannot use any STO funds to pay for that tuition. This has been the case, but has not surfaced until the last month, 2 months, Marilyn, or so.
Who is STOs? I mean, who's the money behind it?
It's a mechanism that allows for tax credits and other donations to be captured by these student tuition organizations and then passed on to students of private schools to help pay for tuition in part or whole, depending on the circumstance. But it's
a lot of private schools use STOs to essentially help people pay for their tuition.
It is administered out of the Department of Revenue, which in part is why this is kind of.
Went to a private school, I never heard about it.
Well, it's a fairly new.
Oh.
Yes. It's administered by the Department of Revenue, so there has kind of been the disconnect because ESAs and ADM, all those conversations and reporting happen on the ADE side,
Yeah.
Department of Ed. Department of Revenue and ADE reporting hasn't talked. So up until this point, these students have attended West-MEC and it's really not been a known issue. It has surfaced and there's been attention placed on this, and the rules out of the Department of Revenue are clear that an STO scholarship recipient is at risk of losing their scholarship if they are reported for ADM. So we will be, through our student services team, Marilyn's done some great work in drafting some communication, and our campus staff will be communicating with these families that could be impacted. We feel a responsibility to let them know, if you are an STO recipient, you will need to pay West-MEC tuition, and you can't use your STO funds to do so. This was also addressed in the last policy study session. We captured some language in policy that allows us to charge that tuition for ESA and STO students, as well as out-of-district students. With that, I stand for any questions.
So on that note, I would like to assure that we're tracking the students that are gonna drop out of our program for that reason. And do you also see who those students are in context of where they're at in the city? My thought is gonna hit the low income families
Yep, that's
quite a bit, and it's gonna hurt the minority community quite a bit. So I could be wrong, but I'd rather you prove me wrong than just think about it.
My limited experience with STOs is they've used those funds to help people that normally wouldn't be able to afford a private school tuition to be able to get into that, whether it's Xavier, Brophy, St. Mary's, whatever. But if they can't afford to do that, now they're gonna be taxed essentially
Yeah, be told to
on
pay for
that.
it.
It's typically, I think it's gonna wind up being a lot of your minority students that are gonna be most impacted. I mean, it'll cross all lines, but when you look at just the disparity there, I think that's where it's gonna hit the hardest.
Chairman Straka, board
In my
members, Garcia and Melita, we share that concern, and Marilyn, we've got 28?
Yeah, couple dozen,
Yeah.
yeah, but we don't know if they're all STO,
Correct.
that's the unknown.
So
right
the information we know today is we've got about 28 students that attend a private school that don't collect ESA funds. So we will communicate with those families and determine whether or not they're impacted if they're recipients of the STO. And again, it's not West-MEC enforcing a new rule. This is something that's existed out of the Department of Revenue. We feel because the risk is on that family. If we report them for ADM because we didn't know that they were receiving that scholarship, their scholarship is at risk. So we feel a responsibility to let them know that.
Do you think that there'll be some back charges involved with that? It is the IRS, is it really, they'll back charge you to 100 years ago if you let them.
Yeah. Chairman Straka, board member Garcia, I hope not. I really, the oversight and I think oversight of oversight is with the Department of Revenue.
Thank you.
It's like they almost have to choose, don't they? Scholarship or West-MEC.
Or you gotta go back and rewrite the STOs.
Correct. The option, and again, we wouldn't necessarily get into the business of advising those situations, but the other option would be to not do STO and do ESA. That might give them some greater flexibility.
Where?
They use both.
No.
Yeah.
They can't be if both ESA and STO.
Can they use their STO for their current school
STO can only be used for their private school tuition.
tuition?
Yeah, they can't
And then
use
they-
that towards
And then
West-MEC
they turn around and pay tuition to West-MEC.
out of pocket. Yeah,
And is that because they're out of district?
no, it's because they're an STO recipient.
So if they're an STO recipient, even though they live in West-MEC and have the right to come to West-MEC, we now have to charge them because they're an STO recipient.
Otherwise, they risk losing their STO scholarship. Per
Another one
Department of
that
Revenue
makes no
rules.
sense.
Yes. You're speaking Marilyn's language right now. She's been in our ear about this for a good month. Very, very concerned. for these families that could potentially be impacted, and we will navigate that with them as best we can. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
It's minus. Yes, lots of questions. There's nothing we can do. It's sad. Right. All right, is the superintendent goals?
Chairperson Straka, governing board members, Dr. Spurgeon, thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of the superintendent's goals. As you know, through the leadership of this board, the superintendent's goals are the district's goals, are the goals of the folks sitting behind you on our campuses. Under your leadership, everything has been very, very much aligned, which I think you'll see is a reason for the incredible results that we're going to talk about. I liked that Mr. Williams spoke about the folks from the state of Hawaii over at Central Campus earlier, and in that room, they had the opportunity to really go with a number of schools to lean on with their FFA licensure. But what happened is they went around to lots of schools, they heard goals of, getting students to complete, getting students to licensure. But what they did not hear is what Mr. Williams spoke of, and that is this idea of economic independence. At West-MEC, really our mantra is about connecting students to careers that lead to economic independence. And this idea of all young people being able to capture that slice of the American dream. That's the reason that they chose to come to West-MEC, because this idea of economic independence really is a mantra. It's in the heartbeat of everything that we do. And that begins with industry credentials. We don't believe students have those opportunities to be successful along pathways unless they earn that industry credential, signifying their mastery of those technical skills. So that very first one, as you know, really has to do with that, has to do with those industry credentials. And as a district, while this has been part of our mantra for a little while, it's really been heightened under Dr. Spurgeon's leadership. And I really want to point out, you'll notice that it says high value. That high value is very specific. Years ago, it was about credentials, right? A credential is a credential, but we know that's not true. Not all credentials are the same. So we've worked very closely with our industry partners to identify those credentials that really are required for employment. So you're going to see them on the job posting, or they're preferred. That resume is going to jump to the top of the stack because that credential is there. So those are the specific credentials that this goal is tied to. So you can see that goal was 88%. In actuality, we came in at almost 93% of students earning that credential, which is, blows everyone in the state completely out of the water. And Dr. Spurgeon would tell you, the story of last year sitting at the summer conference, and the state deputy, the superintendent stood up and talked about the number of certifications that were earned in the state. And of course, like 70% of them were all from West-MEC. The state really needs to be taking note of what West-MEC is doing and ramp those numbers up. But this continues to be great. Some of the things that attributed to it are career services. Mr. Garcia, you were talking about the support services, right? Absolutely, our teachers are making the difference, but it's more than just teachers. It's our counselors, our career services, our office staff that really make sure the wraparound services are in place so that students feel that support to do well. But career services have done an amazing job with these industry credential nights to make sure that when a student leaves the campus, they have the support at home. So mom, dad, grandma, uncle, everyone knows what that credential means and how to get to the credential. So that's incredible work that they're doing. Lizette talked a little bit about the expanded services in our testing center. making sure that our esthetician and hairstyling students can take those written tests right next door, so they're not having to go downtown or be backlogged. We reserve spaces for them, so in that number that Lizette showed you, about 500 of that, over 2,500 represent our hairstyling and esthetician students that really account for us getting to this 93%. So this really is a mantra here at West-MEC, and we believe it's a big part of what leads students being ready to pathways for economic independence. Of course, kind of like I talked about earlier during the teacher celebrations, goal number 2 has to do with performance on the state technical assessments. This is the one that comes out of the Arizona Department of Education. And knowing that we want to make sure students are ready for credentials, we really backwards design our curriculum to make sure students are ready for this test first, and then they can go and sit for a credential test. So this is the one where we talked about some teachers whose students all got 100% on it, but you can see with this year, our goal was 90%. We achieved 93%. The state average is 76%. So we are like lightning speed above that state average on this assessment. And that really is our strong assessment system. Thanks to, I know Dr. Jaime is here, I think, but our C&I team that has built and maintains this incredible assessment system. Some of the things here attributing to this is each summer, as a matter of fact, starting with our C&I team on Monday, all of our teachers are going to be there really pouring through those test results to look at where what teacher was very successful and pairing that teacher up to learn best practices, or what gaps might exist in the curriculum where we didn't do so well. So all that work will happen throughout the summertime, and we continue to enrich our curriculum so that we are ready for it. This year was the first year that we really started some benchmark assessments so that, again, teachers could see where students were well before the test. So at semester, all of our teachers did benchmark assessments, really making sure that students were ready for that AD technical assessment. This one, I think, was a big factor in that 2% jump that we had this year. Again, very, very phenomenal. Next year, under Mr. Guy's leadership, I'm gonna miss this because I was longing for this for a long time, but they're gonna have some really by program clusters where they're going to calibrate during the school year, so we can, as you know, some of our groups are already getting 100% on the test, right? And they don't need as much finesse as some other groups that need a little more time to really dig into this. So they're going to take those groups that really kind of need that time and dig into it even a little bit more, so we can continue to stretch and grow and see those results. All of this really leads to career literacy, right? Because it's more than just technical skills, but it's the interview skills that you guys were talking about earlier, and that whole career literacy thing. And Mr. Guy is going to talk a little bit about our successes there.
Thank you. Chairman Shenko, members of the board, thank you. It's fun to talk about all these goals. Spoiler alert, we exceeded this one as well in our third goal with our career plan. So this goal, as you know, is to have over 90% of our students leave with that tangible career plan and pathway for them after they leave us. And so that goal, kind of comes at the end, right? That they culminate into that career plan. But this goal is just a great example of really the collective efforts of the entire system working together to get to that end goal, right? Because it doesn't happen at the end. It happens through those efforts from the beginning of the program with counselors, teachers, our career coaches, our administrators, our C&I team, all working together to make sure that there's multiple touch points throughout the program with the student and parents to form that plan that they're going to leave with, right? So they're learning and fostering and growing that plan throughout the program, through every experience they have in the classroom, in the lab, through the work-based learning activities that they're connecting with those industry partners, through all of those different touch points. It's culminating in this plan at the end of the year. So we had 98% of our students, as you see, have those tangible career plans. Overall, very, very successful, but you can see this, we have a lot that we're going to try to improve on and make sure those plans are even more valuable in the future. some of the things that we did with our teachers is we kind of prepped our students before they sat down to do the final plan to, hey, here's the questions you're gonna need to be prepared for. And so students could be prepared to answer those and do some kind of mock-ups with that, which was very successful. Our teachers like that. So we're gonna continue that and make that even better. We're gonna continue the research behind the scenes with the ways that we're helping students identify those dual enrollment pathways, as well as identifying those careers and the salary ranges in those careers, making sure that we're just bettering the information in our system that students have access to, just to make it even more clear for them as we go into next year. And then, as I talked about, we've already got a great system, but we want to make it even more systematic. So we're not stopping by just saying, hey, all of our students have a plan. We're going to make it even more systematic in years to come, so that all of those touch points connect through from beginning to end in a program. And so students walk away with that very, very clear plan moving forward. So we've got some slides here. I believe Dr. Spurgeon, do you want to talk through kind of what this looks like in action?
So we've talked about this a couple of times, and I always like to stand up when we talk about this, but keep in mind that this was the original. So this didn't exist before the 2.0 career literacy piece. It was just Mark Turner's work around the career literacy. And if you left West-MEC, these are the kinds of entry-level careers you could have. Go to a two-year technical school or community college. This opens up brand new doors for new opportunities for 2-year. And if you want to go and get that 4-year professional degree, and that's really all the work was around, was just those 3 different areas. And, each student actually puts their leaf on the tree to determine where they want to be when they exit the program or in that final resting place. And then here you also see the little flowers where students that have graduated the program that actually are in jobs now come back and put flowers on the tree. So that was the original concept. My issue was, if you remember correctly, was I wanted parents and guardians to be able to see the end from the beginning. So we could articulate all of our programs, processes, IGAs, post-secondary pathways, and current companies in the geographic footprint that are hiring students with these credentials. So you could see it from the beginning. And so we developed the Career Literacy 2.0. So now all the programs have the QR code where you click and it goes right to the career pathways plan of our website. So that was the first step that we did. Go to the next one. And it takes you to the website. If you haven't gone here, you really need to go check this out, because this is all of our 29 unduplicated programs. And it shows you you have access to almost anything and everything that you want to know about West-MEC's programs that we currently offer. If you remember, the next step in that process was Pipeline AZ. Well, Pipeline AZ had a pause in their funding because, long story, but because of reasons. But now that funding is back on track, and we believe it's going to start this summer, that we're actually going to have a jumping off page in Pipeline AZ. That's career literacy, career research page around developing our students in their areas of interest. So that's going to be the jumping off page. Go to the next one. If you remember, before this was, there was just a model up here, what we thought it might look like. Well, these are actual student career pathway plans. And you're more than welcome to look at any of these. We have these available. We can knock the names off there or whatever, but the very first thing you'll see is it'll list the student's name, and then the first left, it says, what program are you in? Veterinary science. What is their career pathway? They want to be an ultrasound tech. Expected yearly pay, and this is one of the things that Mr. Guy talked about. Some of the students looked at 3, 5, 10 years down the road. Well, I'm not going to make $500,000 a year. Well, we're gonna modify this and become a little bit more realistic about what that pay structure might be. The certifications that they're going to have, or they currently have available to them. What are their next career steps? The student says, I want to apply to EMCC and go through my 4 years of college. And then at the bottom of that page, it lists the current companies in the Phoenix area that are actually hiring students with those credentials.
Fantastic.
So I'd like to contribute a story to this. So this cold I got came from Florida, my little trip to Florida. But one of the things what we visited was the Kennedy Space Center, space tour area. And our tour guide from NASA was talking about career trees. And I pulled him aside and on my smartphone, looked up at it, showed him the career tree, how to tap into engineering. And he was just blown away. And he was a NASA guy. He was like, I didn't think anybody's doing this. I said, well, here it is, pow. So it was pretty neat. I mean, he was pretty impressed. He was like, wow, I didn't think, and this is Arizona, West-MEC, remember? So it's cool.
See, one of the things we'll continue to refine this process on is we want to make sure we create a map. So for example, if I want to go into ASU to become an engineer, so what classes might I be able to take in my home high school? What classes might I be able to take at West-MEC? And one of those next steps in the process that we have articulation agreements with is say, what's a faster way forward through West-MEC? We'll have that all completely outlined and laid out for mom, dad, aunt, uncle, parent, or guardian to be able to see before they even make application to West-MEC. What steps in the process can my child go through to be able to get where they want to be? Again, this is our first rendition of that.
The shortcut,
Very positive.
the time for getting their engineering degree at ASU by focusing their attention where it needs to be as opposed to somewhere it may not.
And another step in this process will be, one of the things that we're always concerned about is how promotable are our students? What are the next steps for them when they get hired by an employer? Does the employer have opportunities for the students to get more training, more skills, more credentials? Will they offer reimbursements for students to go back to get credits or additional training? What do those next steps look like for students? So we're going to take this as far as we can so that we give the employers, put them in accountability basis to be able to say, we get the students to the door, and now your job is to take them to the next level. Because if you want students to stay, and you want them to persist and have longevity, there has to be something in it for them. Promotable, new skills, new opportunities, more jobs. So that's another piece that you could build in. Someone might say, well, I'm thinking about this career, but they don't really have any extra steps in their process for you. I don't want to go be a technician for 2 years and have no promotion opportunities, things like that. So this really has a lot of infinite possibilities, but all I know is if you don't have a plan, you'll end up wherever you don't want to go. And so every single one of our students, 98.1%, the only students that didn't finish are the ones that weren't there the day that they actually completed the activity, and they just didn't finish up. So we only had just 1.8% of our students that didn't complete a plan. So all in all, I think it was extremely well received. I think extremely well heard. And again, this is a testament to our staff, to all those that put forth the effort to make this happen. But this is the foundation of the work that we do with our students at West-MEC. It's all around career literacy, right student, right program, right career pathway.
Where did they get the expected yearly pay?
They were able to look that up through, I don't know what site they use. I'll imagine they put one on Pipeline AZ.
Yeah, we give them access to Pipeline AZ as well as the other economic engines out there. They have access. And so as we take them through those touch points that they go through, when they complete the plan, they have access to do all of that research. So we created another piece of those touch points. We created through our C&I team lessons that kind of canned lessons that we gave to our teachers to take them through that research process that you're mentioning there, Mr. Shrika.
And is that what they would get at entry level their first year, or is that?
That's where we're gonna hone in, yes.
Because what I don't want to have happen is a bunch of parents say, they promised my kid making 100,000 a year. This organization's a fraud. And I could just picture, no, we did not say they were gonna make 100,000 a year.
So that's a growth area, is we're gonna refine their research skills to help them understand when they're researching that, they're looking.
What is it? What can I expect to make my first year? Entry level, not 10 years of experience.
Right.
Okay, because I'm like, wow, 100,000. That's really good.
Yeah. Thank you, Jared.
Good evening, Chairman Straka, members of the governing board, Dr. Spurgeon. The RFP, request for proposal plan for our benefits for our employee goal was achieved this year. We have done a few presentations in front of the governing board to make you aware of our progress. And here are the dates that we met. We met approximately once per month. And the thing that I liked about working with this committee is that it was representation from all of our committee employee groups. We had administrators, we had support staff, we had classified, certified, exempt staff. So all of those voices were around the table. And our goal was not just to look at the financial aspects of providing coverage for our employees, because obviously that's very important to everyone around this table. But as the users of that insurance, I wanted to hear, do you like our coverage? What would you like to see differently next year? Are you able to access doctors? Are they responsive? So it's very important for us to get all those voices around the table. So as a consensus, they agreed, as you know, to keep ASBATE, which is our current provider. And we did review several plans. So our committee had an opportunity to hear presentations from Cigna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, even though they didn't provide an actual presentation. I did do some research on their plans. But ASBATE, Valley Schools, and Kairos did come in person and present some information to us. So we did submit the proposal to the committee in April. And so far, our employees were very pleased that we were able to keep ASBATE. Next year, we are going to adopt the same format in terms of reaching out to our employees to have those voices around the table again. But we're gonna look very, very closely at the self-insured option, because that might be a more financially appealing opportunity for us to save a little bit of money next year on our benefits, because they are very, very expensive. So the governing board, with your support, we were able to stay with ASBATE. And here's the vote that you see here before you. It was a 4-2 vote. And I stand for any questions that you have for this particular goal.
And Mr. Straka, you know, one of my board goals this next year will be for self-funded, and we hope to bring that late fall.
Yeah, I think my biggest, and I would go back to, I'm not gonna say your predecessor, but there was a superintendent before you that would talk about the HSA being bad and substandard insurance. And I really feel like you have your work to do, because HSA insurance with a health savings account is not substandard. And actually, if you look at the cost of max out of pocket with what West-MEC provides, it's actually less out of pocket. And I don't think that's articulated very well to the staff. Because a lot of longtime employees have only heard it's substandard. And I don't know how you get around that. But I think you and I have talked about how, look, you know, we pay X amount to the HSA and it is there are some employees, it's mathematically impossible not to have more money in their HSA at the end of the year. If they because we pay more on an individual plan than they actually could max out of pocket with the HSA HDHP option. And so if you're on an individual plan, it is to your best interest financially and so that's where I don't think it's been articulated well, and I don't think your predecessor made it a priority at all. And so that's, I think, there's education that is needed to help.
And that's a great point, Chairman Straka. What I heard from the committee is they were very, very, they held on to that co-pay gold plan because that's our most popular plan. It's the plan that they have to use. They don't have to do a lot of analysis in terms of the dollars that they're spending from the HSA. Do they have enough to cover? Are they gonna run out? Do they have to wait until they get their next deposit? So the HSA does require the employee to manage their health care in a much different way than an employee who has just a co-pay plan. So, but you are correct. I think that if employees just felt a little bit more comfortable and maybe heard from other employees about how they use the plan and the financial advantages that they have, that might turn some of that.
Because if you don't go to the doctor,
Mm-hmm.
that HSA money just rolls forward and grows. And I can tell you, like my HSA, thank you, American Express, is a significant number, and it has grown 15% the last 3 years. And I haven't contributed a penny. And so I think maybe part of it is bring in someone as a financial that can do financial education. Because there are, I think they don't understand the benefits, and it depends on how much you go to the doctor.
Well, we actually did have employees that went over to the HSA plan, because you had to either have HSA or value in order to get the dependent coverage. So that also costs a little bit of the migration too.
You get the easy one.
So, thank you, Chairman Straka, members of the board, and Dr. Spurgeon. The fifth goal was to achieve a financial audit with no major findings, and that was achieved. Shared the audit results with you at the last board meeting, and there were no major findings there. We appreciate the work that's being done in the department, and we will continue to do the good work for this organization. Questions?
I did have a question about goal one. Does anyone else have any questions? On goal one, the 91.7. So that means that 91.7 of our students have the credentials they need to go into the workforce.
The 92.7 means they actually passed the actual state exam. It's like 92.7% of our students successfully passed. They're called technical skills assessments, and they're done for not all programs, but the vast majority of programs. They successfully passed that state exam, which those scores go back to the K-12 comprehensive system to apply towards your A through F accountability metrics.
No, I was talking about that's goal two. I think goal one is the high value industry credentials.
Yes.
So because the question I asked last year was, some have more than one, so
Right.
they all can go into the workforce. They have something.
Yes.
Is that,
Yes, they've achieved the high value credential, which is the required and or preferred. And in some many cases, it's both.
and there's some that there's more than one, like FAA, they need all four.
IT security, absolutely.
IT security, there's a whole suite, but for them, they can pick and choose too.
Right.
Okay.
It's not OSHA 10. It's the required ones that they can come out and go to work right now.
Yes,
And that's probably the highest in the country. If it's not the highest, it's definitely one of the top 2 or 3. When I first started here, that was 78%.
Any other questions? I think at this point, can we make a motion to move to executive session?
Motion to executive session.
We still have business.
I was thinking we did executive session next.
The section E, right?
Oh, that's-
Motion to
uh,
approve consent agenda.
Subdivision. This motion for consent.
I had sent some questions in for 2, 3, and 5. I can't ask them, can I?
They're just boilerplates. They're the same ones we've done. The Pima Joint Tech
That's
Education.
I had a specific question about number 3.
And you would just have to approve it with the exceptions of those to just discuss each of those separately. if you
Is
wanna do
5 just a rerun of last year, no changes?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll just, number 3 is my only one I have questions on. Does anyone else have questions on anything?
Well, we mentioned early on of pulling 10 out as well.
10 is the discussion, yeah, so we would pull 3 and 10. 10 we already moved out, so we would just pull 3. And I don't ever remember having 20 items on the consent agenda.
It's because it's June and a lot of these are annual things that have to be effective.
That's why, because
It's just they're
it's
same
the
every year.
annual rolling forward of everything.
So I have a motion to approve consent agenda items as presented and amended with the exception of F10, move item F10 to action discussion and pull item F3 for discussion during the consent. So
And I guess that's my my motion, so is there a second? Any further discussion? Call for the question?
sorry, I got a word. Okay, so motion made by
Me.
Ed.
Second
Oh.
by Mr.
My
Miller.
Mr. Rowan.
Motion made by Frank Straka, seconded by Ed Molina.
Yes. And you might have timed out. If you don't see it come up, you can.
No, I came up.
Item F3. Item F3, we're gonna discuss right now.
Okay, sure. And so
No,
my
I'm not.
question for number 3 is, we have 2 employees. I just want to make sure they have not signed a contract for the 24-25 school year with their member districts.
No, they have not.
Perfect. That was all I wanted to confirm. And that is our policy, that we are not interviewing people that have signed for next year.
If we know, or if I know then that is one of the questions that I will ask. And I'd have to see the agenda item to see which two employees to confirm, but you are correct. Our administrators should not be interviewing candidates that are under contract. Sometimes we don't know, Chairman Straka.
You should ask.
Yes, but if, but that is always a question that we ask in human resources before we make the official offer.
Yes, sir. Can you explain the reason why we don't want to do that?
Well, because we are, especially depending on what time of the year that candidate is being interviewed, that would be taking away and creating a vacancy in another district. Obviously, if they sign the contract, Board Member Garcia, they've made a commitment to that district. I mean, I'm sorry. Chair, I can't even see straight, it's been a long day. Board Member Ramirez, sorry about that, but they've made a commitment to that district. And so that's why there's that clause in the contracts that for some employees, they have to pay a liquidated damages fee. Because obviously they're putting their current employer in somewhat of a bind to try to fill that position.
What happened last year was we hired two physical therapy instructors from Willow Canyon High School in June. That was 5 sections that had to be canceled at Willow Canyon. And it happens that the vice principal of Willow Canyon is my co-leader on Sunday nights at my church, that we work together. And so for months, every Sunday night, I heard how we stole and messed up their program.
As hard as it is to get the teachers, everywhere.
But because when we do it so late, we mess up our member districts, and that's what I just want to make sure. So I'm good to approve that.
Need a second. Please, need a second.
Yeah, I just need a second.
Second.
Mr. Ramirez, not Mr. Garcia.
Sarah. And then Mr. Romero.
You guys will need to vote on this particular item.
Well, that in previous districts with mayors in the past is typically between June 1st and July 1st. We would typically have to have gotten the sending district superintendent's approval, that they would release them from the contract before we would entertain any motion.
We would want the same courtesy.
Mr. I have a question.
Thank you.
Have to go to F.
And then did we put F10 at the top or the bottom of the list?
The bottom, you will have to refresh. It's gonna be number 4.
Okay, so we're on to number 1.
G1.
G1.
All right, design phase.
So me.
Wow, she moves pretty quick. Mr. Heath.
Good evening, Chairman Straka, members of the board, and Superintendent Spurgeon. On February 7th, we announced the selection of McCarthy Construction as our construction manager for the Northeast Campus CMAR project. Design phase services contract was drafted. Myself, Mr. Weeks, and legal counsel have all reviewed that contract, and tonight we are recommending a motion to approve the contract.
And it's within budget.
It's within budget.
Motion to approve the contract.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Bosom, made by Mr. Ramirez. Any other discussion?
Are we gonna see like schedules and everything from this contract costs?
We will, once we get through design phase of the project, we'll present you the GMP. That's when we're talking the budget schedule, and we'll present all that to the board. And that.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, hearing no more discussion, we'll call for the question.
You have to be on item G1. And it'll pop up attachment.
Oh. Thank you. Okay, did it. Linda, so.
Now Ms. Rodriguez is back. Boy, that Seymour was there and you ran. Like someone said fire. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Straka, members of the board, Dr. Spurgeon. So this evening, I want to just review our proposed budget that we're going to ask the board to okay so that we can publish it and then come back next meeting and adopt. I do want to thank Sir Ken Hicks, who helped put this together. I have been working with him and Mr. Weeks very closely to make sure that we're all on the same page and that my transition into West-MEC is smooth. So here's some assumptions that we made. So if you recall, when we revised the budget in May, we came to you and said 8,500 students. So we're being very conservative with this budget. We believe with the growth of our programs and what we're hearing and what you've heard today, we will probably have more than 8,500 ADM for next year. So we're being conservative. And remember, we always come back in December and May and do a revision. So once we actually see the students and the numbers, we will revise that up. I'm very hopeful. 2% increase to the base level funding. So this is something, as you heard Mr. Williams say, we don't have a final budget yet from the state. So we're proposing this. There are some assumptions that we're making. Again, we come back December, May, and we revise to what the actuals are. So we'll know more. But we are required by law to have, an adopted budget by a certain date. So we need to make sure that we're staying within the parameters of what we're required to do as far as adopting, proposing and adopting a budget. The estimated carryover, again, estimated carryover for our M&O, our district additional assistance, which a lot of you more commonly know as unrestricted capital, and then our classroom site fund. These are projected. Again, we haven't closed out our books. We have until the end of August or to pay our bills and make sure that all of the budget final numbers are spent. So this is what I'm projecting as far as what I'm seeing now and what we have projected to spend by the end of June. No problem. So here's what our limits look like for next year. So to have meeting, I feel that it helps to have them compared. Okay, so how does this look compared to what we have? So in May, we revised our M&O budget, our maintenance and operation budget up to $70 million. Because that was a significant increase in the growth that we saw for this year. Now, the proposed is less. So I took a hard look at that. I said, why? It's the same number. Well, it doesn't include $3.6 million that we get for ninth grade funding. And the statute that oversees budgets will not allow us to include that ninth grade funding until we do our May revision. So that's why you see that there's a slight decrease in the proposed, but once you add the 3 million up, you're gonna go above the 70 million that we had in our revision in May. Classroom site fund, the May revision was 4.6. The proposed is going to be 3.9. Okay, and that's just because we've spent, so we don't have as much carryover as what we had this year. Going into next year, we've spent some of that money and we all have had those conversations about spending down that classroom site fund money. My thought is with classroom site fund money is that it belongs to the teachers who are currently working with us. So we want to make sure that we are fully utilizing that to give back to our teachers their well-deserved money. And then capital, again, a slight decrease in the capital. And that is because we are spending capital money and we're investing that in a lot of our programs. So you're not going to have as much carry forward this going into next year as we had the prior year. And then bond money as well. Spending that bond money, we've got 4 projects going on. You just approved design phase for one of them. Those 4 projects, that bond money, you're going to see it being spent this year. You're going to have a lot of guaranteed maximum proposals brought to you so you can see how we're spending that money. But as Dr. Spurgeon said earlier, we could spend $1 billion if we had it, because there's that much of a demand out there for our programs. So I'm excited about this bond money being spent this year. So here's our next steps. So we are asking you to approve the proposed budget that I just shared, and then you all have a hard copy. So lots and lots of information here, but I just gave you a very high level summary. Once you've approved that this evening, we're going to post that tomorrow. We have to publish it for at least 10 days. It gets published on the Arizona Department of Education's website, and it gets published on our website. We hold a public hearing at the next meeting on July 10th. At that time, we open that up if there is any comments. But at the end of the day, we adopt what gets proposed. Okay, so this is the budget that we're going to be asking you to adopt come July 10th. And I will address any questions that you may have.
How do you feel about the 8,500 ADM? Do you really think that's what kind of proposed last year? Never met. What makes you think it's going to happen this year? What indicates that?
I work very closely with our student management system specialists. And when they're working with our member districts and making sure that all of our ADM is reported, I met with her this morning. We took a look at those numbers, and from the work that our team is doing to make sure that every single student is counted, I have full confidence that that's going to be a good number. I personally think it's going to be exceeded. I am talking to the program specialists into Maryland and listening to our enrollment and the number of our courses that have wait lists. I fully believe we're going to exceed that amount.
Okay, that's great. Okay.
Anyone else?
I have a question. I'm just curious about this, the unrestricted capital outlay number. The 2025 budget amount is 51,687,000. Last year was almost 55 million. And then in 2023 it was almost 59 million, I believe. What is driving it down and how is that funded?
So we are investing in our programs, and that capital is spent to buy equipment and things that we need to expand and the different opportunities that we're giving the kids. The other thing that also dictates that is how much we're transferring from our maintenance and operation budget into capital. So you see that we have a carryover in our capital budget. In the past, more of that carryover in the M&O is being transferred into capital. We didn't do that this year. So that's going to give you that fluctuation and that flexibility as well.
And how do we, that 51 million, how does that amount determined?
So majority of that, if we look back at what the assumption was here, is carryover. So 40 million of that is carried over from prior years.
Okay.
So the other 11 million is what is generated this year for what we're projecting to be generated by our ADM.
Okay.
So how can we have so much to carry forward?
We didn't spend it.
We just didn't spend it.
We always, as a district, we have never spent 100% of our budget. That's why we had 60-something million last year and we spent some of that. If you go around the valley and tell people we have $66 million of carry forward from the past 20 years because we don't spend 100% of our money. Dr. Spurgeon, how many other districts are putting money away each year? Zero.
Yeah, I just have some people that are looking at those kind of numbers and they're saying, well, you're asking for a bond and you have all this carryover.
Yeah, we really want to keep probably between 15 and $20 million kind of as a rainy day fund and as what I call a savings account. But our 4 projects, they're gonna take up 70+ million, $78 million. So these numbers are gonna come down significantly in the next 18 months. So we're not gonna have these huge carryovers, and they're gonna be able to see those numbers when it comes to when we run our bond issue. It's gonna be down. District has to be, you gotta stay solvent, so a rainy day, if something happens and if you got 15 or $20 million, if you gotta make payroll, you gotta be able to transfer some money over. That keeps us kind of at a nice level.
Okay.
But we'll spend all but probably 15 or 20 million of that $89 to $98 million we have in capital and in bond issue.
Okay.
I mean, we're much more solvent than other groups, but just to reiterate, that 16 million, when you go back to that second slide. That 16 million is out of our M&O budget that we're moving to capital for next year as our carry forward.
We can, if we choose to, if there's a capital need for that. But we also want to make sure that, as Dr. Spurgeon said, you have a rainy day fund in that M&O. And I've been doing this long enough to know that sometimes the state doesn't always fund us at the level that we need to be funded at. And so in order to make payroll and to operate the day-to-day operations of the organization, you need to keep a certain amount of reserve in there in case that should happen. But we can move it if it's necessary to fund some of our projects that we want to make sure are adequate for our students.
Always before we were told that we had to move everything out of M&O and we would move it to capital. That's the reason we operated.
Well, and Chairman Straka, that was the case several years ago because the law only allowed us to carry 4%. Okay, so that is true. We would have had to have moved all of our M&O into capital because we were restricted. We couldn't carry more than 4% of what our M&O budget was. This is obviously 16 is a little bit more than 4% of our budget.
But we're allowed to carry more now.
The law has changed and correct, we are allowed to carry over. And manage it wisely, right? Because your point is well taken, Member Boozman. People are looking at that. And I will tell you, as a growing organization, this is really a good place for us to be. We're going to open up a new school next year. We want to make sure we've got the furniture, the equipment, and the staff. Because, upfronting the staff is going to cost some of that M&O money. So I'm very happy to see that we've been able to manage our money this way. It's very fiscally responsible.
Not many districts are in this position.
No, they are not. That is correct.
And that has been the board's direction for many years, since before I joined, so we haven't changed. On the Prop 301 money, when we approved the insurance and a couple of things and we did a raise last year, the 15,000 a year per employee, that all was coming out of the classroom site funds. Is that still the case for teachers?
I will look at that because I wasn't here when that was done, and I will work with our HR director, Ms. Mays, to make sure that we are funding it the way the board authorized us to fund it. So we will take a look at that.
We use every penny of the money we get every year
And then
that fund versus M&O.
how is that compared to last year? How much are we getting this year? Is it gone up? I didn't see, I was trying to figure out the numbers of last year to this year and I didn't see that, or am I missing it?
Wasn't about 1.4 or one, close to 1.5
Classroom site
last year?
funds, we're saying 3.9. What was it last year?
And then what do we?
Right here. 4.6.
4.6. So it's come down a little, but. And then my last one is more of a general about the budget. In several years, we've done this pass through to member districts. And it's like $17 million, which represents roughly 25% of our budget. When I look at, I'll say Deer Valley's budget is $250 to $300 million, and we're giving them $3 million out of that 17 million. Are we increasing it, and does it make sense to increase it? Because what it is for us is a much bigger chunk of our budget than what it is for them, and trying to drive change for CTE by increasing it. We're less than 1% of their budget of what we're contributing. Does it make sense to increase it? Or are we better off taking that money and saying, hey, instead of increasing it $2 million, we could invest that $2 million at Vista Verde or something? Does that question, do you follow my question? And
We do.
and does that make sense? And what are we doing?
Yeah, and for an example, like the last 2 years, we've got an influx of new money and then a certain percentage actually goes to the districts. The only problem you run into is that, you want to expand those programs at the satellite schools. In order to do that, you have to invest funds to be able to expand programs, to employ staff, to buy furniture, to buy equipment. So if we didn't invest more money back in, we just kind of stalemated where we stand financially. And again, that money is a pass through, so we give a certain percent back to them. But it's notwithstanding that there couldn't be other opportunities to do like innovation grants or things like that, or special circumstances where we could do something of benefit to that district.
Because what we've always had in the past is they've supplanted that money to pay for teachers, and we've always wanted it to be
Right.
for equipment and expanding programs, because they're gonna hire teachers to teach 2,500 kids, whether it's CTE or something. So why not make that money more geared towards, like you said, equipment or grants, so that we can expand the programs without just paying for their staff and not really.
And there's several categories that we do that. I'll have to break that down and show it to you sometime.
Yeah, because I'd much rather see grants and stuff than just pass through that is.
Could be used for.
If you do a grant, can you tie an IGA to it that would?
Well, the IGA, it's passed through, and we tried to limit how much of it goes to teachers and stuff, but then they say, well, I don't have the money for teachers out of my budget. And like, I think Paradise Valley is the biggest offender.
Could be.
And they're like, one district was like 90% went to teacher salaries and 10% went to supplies. That's not why we give them that money. And so
You can't expand programs that way.
Right.
And so how can, I just want to make sure, so in here, how much are we increasing the budget for that pass through?
Actually, I think it's 10 total. I think 10 or 11 total. God, I'm looking back here, you're standing right here.
Yes, it's
I think
10 million.
So we're increasing it 10 million?
Mhm. Yes.
How much did our budget increase this year?
Our budget did not increase 10 million.
So
Some of that's ninth grade funding too.
Some of that's ninth grade
It's not
funding.
ours anyway.
Correct, which is that
Goes directly to them.
3.6 that you don't see in there yet.
So what was our pass through number for this year and what is it for next year?
I believe it's 17 million,
And we're going to 27 million.
and we're gonna, well,
It's not
that
27.
3.6 million was not included in that 17, so it will be less. So another 6.5, $7 million to the 17, so to 24.
But I guess, does it make sense to make it in the pass through, or does it make more sense to put it in grants where we can control
It's
the
gonna be
teachers?
divided up exactly what you're talking about.
It's
We
gonna-
just haven't decided
gonna
where it's
be
gonna go yet. It's gonna be in about 3 or 4 different places. So some through the formula, and some through grants, some through equipment, some through other things. There's several categories that are committed there for the very reasons why you stated.
Yeah, and that's why I just want to make sure that I don't want to be paying for all the teachers in Paradise Valley when they're not buying any equipment. Or whatever district is not buying equipment. I want to make sure they're really buying equipment, expanding programs, not. I don't want to pay for other districts' teachers, no offense, but we want to.
Yeah.
Get kids in programs, not have teachers in classrooms. Member districts. That's all I had.
Thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Is there a motion to approve the budget?
Motion to approve the budget as presented.
I'll second.
Made by Mr. Ramirez and seconded by Mr. Garcia. And then hearing no more questions, I'll call for the question and just don't leave because,
We have one more item after this.
well, Ms. Brown needs you to sign the budget documents before you leave.
You remember.
Don't leave. Second read of our policies.
Good evening, Chairman Straka and members of the governing board. Before you is the motion to adopt or to adopt the trust board policies as a second read. I really appreciate all of your hard work and your input on providing clarity and streamlining our current policies. So we're really anxious to move forward and start working on our handbooks and looking at our forms if the governing board's pleasure is to adopt the trust board policies, sections 1 through 5 as presented.
So I would like to bring, does anyone have any that they want to bring up? I would like to visit because it's something Mr. Garcia said on the cellular telephone policy. I really think it might be in the best interest, instead of doing personal cell phones, people that really need a cell phone get a district provided cell phone. And here's my thought, and it's something Mr. Garcia said last month. And I think about someone like Mr. Heath. There's a lot of construction going on. Mr. Heath goes on vacation. He has that district phone. He can pass it to whoever's on call. If he's on vacation and people call him about a problem with the building and he's in Hawaii, he is not going to be able to respond. So my thought is, can this be revised to where it is a district provided cell phone when needed?
And I believe that's why we left the policy in there, even though the governing board voted to not provide or pay for cell phones. But my understanding is the policy more or less governs the use of the cellular phone. That may be a different discussion for the board if the cell phones are provided. But I think in the policies, it's more for the appropriate use.
Because this one talks about the employees must provide proof of purchase of a service agreement.
So maybe it's need to be modified based on being provided a district phone. And in our last conversations, we narrowed that group of individuals we think that would need one down to less than 15.
Yeah, and see, that would
Like
make more
40 or
sense than
50.
you could get a district plan and you just carry, like Mr. Garcia, 2 cell
Just like
phones.
Mr. Garcia does. Yeah. We narrowed that down to the ones that we think would really need one.
We can make that modification. It's
Because I'm just thinking on vacation coverage, it's much easier to pass a cell phone than try to identify who needs to know that this number changed for a week.
So would they recommend accepting all policies with the exception of this one, and this will be called out, be modified and brought back to the board?
Well, they can adopt and then we can make the recommended changes. So I would adopt as is and then you
Right, we
make the
just,
recommended
make
changes
a
to
recommended
one
changes based on a district provided cell phone where
And then bring
needed.
it back for first read and then second read adoption, so you guys can take a look at it.
Yes. We can do that.
Well, wouldn't it just be a second read again? Because we've already had first read. We would just have or a third read or whatever would be with the final
Well, if
revision.
there's any changes to it, you wanna see the first read of this, any recommended changes, and you guys can have input on how it's.
So does it matter if it says or with changes as discussed in the action item? Since
Yeah,
it's
you can
already
even do that
posted?
too, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking, can we just go ahead? and
So the
make the
motion
change?
does say, or with changes as discussed.
Changes is discussed and then
Then
bring
you
it
just-
back, and if we don't. I would say that means you can just email us, this is what we came up with,
Okay.
and if there's no other discussion, it's just adopted for lack of discussion. Is everyone good with that? So we have a motion, right?
For this, no, I don't think, any, but no.
The motion is very specific, as you have to rescind all current policies, and that's in the motion, so if you wanna.
Okay, so. Okay, so the motion is to repeal all so I'll make the motion to repeal all current West-MEC governing board policies, sections A through L, effective June 30th, 2024, and adopt the trust policy model and policies, chapters 1 through 5, as presented, including the changes for the cell phone policy A 208. Yeah, 4-208, as we discussed. And I lost my page. Effective July 1st, 2024. And Ms. Mays will send us the revised recommended, and if there's no comment from the board, it would be assumed approved. That's my motion.
Second.
Who cares? Let's just do it.
All right.
Marlene, I'm still waiting for your vote, sorry.
Been too far.
Varies.
All right, moving on to sole source vendors. Who's gonna do this one? Sure.
Do the first one.
Talking through, so the first one, I believe, not sure if there were specific questions, but first, Kevin Fleming is the sole source vendor that we've put on the agenda to be approved for some consultation work with the district for the next 3 years. Mr. Fleming's a nationally recognized author and speaker, so similar to the work that you saw even tonight with the work we do with Mark Perna over the last few years in our career trees and bringing that outside person into the district to really make us think differently about some things that we're doing and push our thinking. We've researched and want to work with Kevin Fleming as we go into the next 3 years to really, there's really kind of 3 big pieces to that. Coming to be a guest speaker at some of our in-service days with our teachers and our staff, some executive coaching for some of our leadership teams, and some one-on-one sessions. And then the third very important piece that came up earlier as we talked about for the bond campaign is an impact study that he's going to do for us. So he's done these return on investment impact studies for many other CTE districts in other states across the country. We researched with a couple other places that who could do these types of impact studies to really look at that return on investment. And his model has been very successful. And so as you talked about earlier, Mr. Straka, being able to show our for a bond campaign, but also show our industry partners the impact that we're making on the community and that return on investment that they're getting. So that's a huge key piece of the work that he'll do for us as well. So so it's a process we really feel like will take us to the next level, and challenge us to continue thinking and growing and doing things a little bit differently with that coaching and that perspective that he brings from his expertise across the country in career and technical education.
And it's right around the same price tag as what the Merck program was.
Yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, and we had similar, a 3-year contract that we just finished up with Mark Perna. And it was a very similar cost of that work, and we've seen that investment really pay off. And now we're taking that and taking it to the next level. And so we don't need to work with him directly anymore. We're taking it and making it our own and advancing with that. And so Mr. Fleming will allow us to look at other pieces of our system and where we shore up some of those.
And then the second piece of that is, if you remember, Immersion Labs came and demonstrated the AI technology, VR and AR, and the price tag was $490,000, and I was gulping. So I went to ADE and we applied for a couple of grants, and we got $350,000 towards the purchase of this, as well as some partners from the West-MEC community chipped in between $25,000 and $50,000. So in the final analysis, we're gonna have probably $375,000 to $400,000 of that paid for, not by West-MEC. And so we're very excited that the rest of that money will come out of our capital funds, and then that'll cover year one, which won't start until the program is developed for West-MEC exclusively. We'll be the only ones across the country that will have this, and we'll take our students in that the soft skills, professional skills, and the step-by-step processes that you saw him demonstrate when he was here, really to the next level. So if I could be more excited, I couldn't tell you.
Well, I mean, one of the things that you were discussing too is that next year, it's still gonna cost us $5,000 a month.
Yeah, after
Explain that to
the
us.
year after it's developed, there'll still be a service and maintenance fee for $5,000, which will cover the access to the avatars. They're called tokens. There'll be a service and maintenance fee, and then access to the avatars. There's about 3,600 tokens, which covers 120 students for 30 sessions for each student to finish out those sessions. So very exciting work.
That's for each program.
That would be for each one moving forward. For the 2 programs this year would be, those will be covered under the 5,000 for 2 programs. Any additional programs will be an additional cost of the 5,000 per month for those 3,600 tokens. But as you and I discussed on the email, really how well this goes this first year will determine our moves for the next year to expand the program. And I'm hopeful, very hopeful, with as much as I've seen so far, that it could be something we can expand to multiple programs moving forward. And again, we'll be looking for more grant money to be able to expand our programs.
Have we gotten any other quotes?
That's why this is on there, a sole source, or the only one that does this, as only the sole source individual company that actually does it kind of work, as nobody across the country is doing it like they're doing it.
How is theirs different than, like, I could go to Chatbot and they're $424 a month for a large company. You can build your matrices of options, and it's drag and drop. So how would that, what do they offer that would, because it's like $450 a month versus, and no development cost.
I don't know what Chatbot is.
It's so your instructor goes out there and designs, drag and drops the options through of, if they say this, you go here, and you just basically build the tree, and you can add to the tree as you go. And so that's why I'm like, there's other sources out there for customer service, and so I'm trying to understand the differentiation.
Well, my big issue is, number one, it's built off of gamification, which is the game technology, which has proven to be tremendously helpful in learning and acquiring skill sets. So it's just more than customer service. A lot of it's also about the processes and procedures that allow students to be able to receive additional instruction rather than the teacher being one-on-one. Anytime you can add instructional time, gain back instructional time, which means we'll be able to take our kids to another level. All I'm saying is, I think this is one of the greatest things I've seen in education, 34 plus years of us being able to offer the opportunity for our students to jump into the field of AI technology with AR, VR technology. That's just second to none that I've seen.
Well, this was in one of our early meetings between you and I, where I talked about specifically the modeling and simulation and the AI piece, because those are things that I've had experience with. And what this does, from what I'm reading here, is it gives you the ability to generate alternative scenarios essentially on the fly. So you're looking at at making decisions quickly and adapting your skill set based on these scenarios. And a chatbot, I don't think gives you that kind of on the fly thing. You gotta create it and then run it out.
Yeah, so if I remember that program, it's a very good program. And that one actually challenges the students. You can turn it up to a real high, real complicated level, down to a basic level. It gives you if I remember correctly, they graded you on facial expression, voice expression, that customer service type of scenario, rather than having you pretend like you're a customer and I'm the complainer. I don't really need you. You don't need me. You just put that big screen in front of there and then the computer's gonna argue with you until you get it right. Very unique, very cutting edge. I just wonder why there's no one else in Arizona doing it. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to. But it's a great concept, awesome program. I could see us using it for all sorts of things here.
So how do you, so when we do a sole source like this, how do we know 500,000 is a fair price?
You do, in anything that we purchase. I mean, whether it's a
That's-
contract coming for construction or a contract coming back for architectural services or. I mean, there's fair market
That's
value
my,
prices.
that'd be my only. So Arizona Republic calls you up tomorrow and says, you just spent $500,000. How do you justify it?
You can spend 500, we're gonna spend about 110.
They're gonna see a contract of 500,000. I mean,
You
they don't care where the money comes from. It's only 110 of West-MEC, but. Because that's not what sells the papers. And so that's what I want to be sure that you're comfortable.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with it. I mean, from what I've seen so far, I think it's gonna put West-MEC cutting edge is who we are, that's what we do, and I think if we go, everybody else will go with us.
Do we have exclusive rights to it that we could recoup costs from member districts?
I don't know the answer to that question, but that's a good thought.
Do we exclusively own it for Arizona?
We would own it for West-MEC purposes.
But for member districts, if they want it, he can't turn around, let's say we sell it for, we build something for automotives, he can't then go to Paradise Valley and sell the same thing that we've helped develop. Do we have exclusive rights to what's?
I think each individual district will be built exclusively for that individual district.
So my question is though, and for both of these, who owns the IP?
So we would own, as far as, I think we're talking about two different things, but who owns the intellectual property that is developed by the work we do, we would own it. Just.
And it's contractually in there, so Mr. Fleming comes and whatever he develops for our staff, we own. He can't turn around and sell it to another district.
Yes, that is correct.
And same thing with immersion labs, whatever they develop, we own and they can't. So for whatever programs they develop it for, we own it. We own,
For West-MEC, they're exclusively for us. What they do with other districts, I can't tell you.
well, so then that's not an intellectual property. When you develop something for cosmetology, let's say. That is we own the exclusive intellectual property for the cosmetology program. Whether it's for what, they can't turn around and sell it to a cosmetology school. Because that,
to redesign it for that other school.
Yeah, they'd have to redesign it exclusively for the other district. But the platform's there, so I mean, it's almost like if you develop a game of Stratego or Battleship, I mean. But the platform still exists.
It says that we own the license. If it's like a Salesforce program, like a CRM, where you buy it and that's yours. They design it and do the upkeep, but they're not allowed to get into your information.
yeah, so then if it's licensed, then they can resell, we help them develop it, and they resell it to everybody they want to, once they've developed it
Well,
with
if it's
us.
not licensed, they can't
sell it.
you can't sell it. That's a violation of license. You can't.
So then we own the license.
Yeah, it'll be exclusive access for West-MEC for the licenses, because I think it does say we own the option.
As it says here, training software, which is the program, the platform, which is the online program, and the licenses, which is the permission and the ownership of that
So is some of that $500,000 hardware costs?
No, it's all exclusively on online platform.
Well, it has to be, so is it on AWS or the cloud? I mean, it's somewhere, and we have to pay for costs somewhere.
Accessible, it's AI, so it's thinking while it's going. And it's supposed to, I remember the presentation, I loved the presentation. If I remember, it goes into, it's like, he named a couple of programs that it feeds into, but it's thinking while you're responding. And the only way for it to get real human data, it's gotta go back into its algorithm and pull responses.
Yeah, it's live, it's on the web.
Yeah, so it's like,
So
so.
it's stored, it has to be stored somewhere. Do we store that hard, that,
Question.
so
The
where's
server.
that data stored?
Wherever they are.
So it's stored at their
I
location.
would assume.
So they own the data? So if our students respond, that data's stored, and who owns that data?
We would own the data for students for feedback purposes. I would assume that would be stored there, but it would be our data. For feedback, like if you went through the session yourself and you completed a session, that feedback data would be generated by the platform. That platform information we provided to the teacher.
But the information of how you. So there's two parts I'm hearing, and I just want to make sure, because I hear that the response data and there's the platform data.
The platform data, from my experience, the platform data would continue to be their IP. But the data itself is owned by whoever's paying for the license. So in this case, West-MEC would own the data that drives that particular simulation is owned by West-MEC. The platform is theirs.
And do we own the simulation then that they develop?
Exactly what you're buying.
The only thing I can say, Mr. Straka, is I would probably assimilate it to our Microsoft Office products. I mean, Microsoft owns the platform and we buy the licenses. I mean, I would assume it's probably very similar to that, but this being an online accessible program, there's that data exchange now. I don't know what data is
Right,
collected from West-MEC.
But so are you saying like we're developing an Excel and then they own Excel and they can market to other
I
people?
was just giving you an example of what.
That's right. So but that's a great example. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. We're gonna develop this Excel. Who owns that Excel? Do we own it because we've paid this 500,000? Or do we just own the data that's in the cells and they can sell Excel to Paradise Valley?
No, we would own the data and the formulas. And that's the critical piece. I mean,
Okay, so we own, that's what, so
Is that in
But
contract?
so
but
as long as.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if legal took a look at that and made sure that that was. the case.
So I guess that's the question is, can legal confirm Mr. Molina's statement? Because I would be comfortable with that. What I don't want to do is, we just own the feedback data and for $500,000, we're helping them launch a business getting to the next level. I'm just trying to think of, hey, Shark Tank in some ways.
And that's one of my fears too, is this is a brand new company, so they're the only ones that do this. Eventually, it's gonna catch on. And the price will definitely drop like a rock.
Well, there's lots of companies that are doing this. They're just not doing it for school districts or.
Well, there are some companies that are doing it for, well, I don't know if they're, but they're doing it for education. You know, but not quite exactly like this.
Yeah, this one's.
What I'd like to know is, what other programs do we see using this? Spending $500,000 and whether, it's, for hairstyling and stuff like that, it still is customer service. We have a live teacher teaching those same skills. Spending $500,000 on that program. For that program, it doesn't make sense to me. I would rather hold off and, at least, or apply it to a more complex program.
I think that, well, it is a costly program. It is new technology. It's being developed. What softens the blow for me is the fact that West-MEC is not carrying the burden of the full cost. paying like 20% of it, which is a great savings. And if hopefully we help develop or assist in their development of this program, I'm hoping we can negotiate a much better deal in version 2.0 or 3.0.
Are there,
And as far as the question about the data, I don't know about the technology exactly, but I'm assuming, it would be great to speak to legal where we own the data, but they can use the data to further develop their program. And I'm pretty sure that's what the AI is doing, is using our interactions, our data to develop develop their algorithms, but they don't have to keep our data. We can continue to own our data. Now, their IP, that's theirs, it belongs to them. It looks like it's more of a license type of relationship, which is what all programs nowadays do. Now, nobody owns Microsoft Office anymore. We used to go to Best Buy, buy the software, install it on a computer, and I own it. Not anymore. Nobody does that anymore. Everybody's a user license. That's what everybody does nowadays. So I don't expect them to give us, and we have ownership of the IP. That would be foolish. I wouldn't, if I was them, I would not do that. I would sell you a license. And I would use your data to further develop the technology. But I would like to have it written out that where we own the data, they don't own it. They can't take it and use it in to show it to other districts, other schools, other industries, et cetera.
Yeah, our cost of center or something.
Mm.
So another thing too, when we were talking, we got leftover money in Perkins grants. So that wasn't something that we newly applied for.
It's not Perkins.
Oh, I thought you said it was Perkins.
No, it was, we received about 2 years ago, maybe or 2 years, maybe 12 or 13 months or so ago. We got a grant that allows us to expand programs and increase credentials in the state. Before we couldn't use that for this, they allowed us to use that money for this program.
And what was that grant?
See what the name of the grant was.
Okay. I could have swore you said it was Perkins, because I looked it up and it said,
We don't get any Perkins money.
well, it's ended, effectively ended. There is no more Perkins grants. It was just when you said it was leftover money, I figured that's what we had left over and we could use it.
Yeah, we couldn't access it for this type of program before the state allowed us to use the money for this. So it wasn't a new application. It was a new opportunity for us to be able to use money we had that we didn't have before.
How many industry partners did you say are contributing to the cost?
I don't know how many, but I know it's 25,000 plus.
25,000 plus. Yeah, the more support we have from the community, it gives me more confidence that they also see value in this program and especially here at West-MEC.
Well, even for this particular program, if we're gonna be using it for customer service for our hairdressers, that is our largest class, is it not?
and the limit's 120. What if we exceed it? What's the cost?
What do you mean, what's on it?
You said that on year 2, it was 120 users. That would be
120
100.
users, it's $5,000 a month for 120 users per
Our
program.
classes, how many cosmetology students?
I don't know what 25, I don't know what the 24, 25 is yet.
So what is this year's enrollment?
But we could use that, we could expand that probably.
So at what cost?
I don't know that there would be an additional cost. I could just have to ask.
What is Immersion Labs? How long have they been in business? What's their profitability? Will they be here in 3 years?
For a number of years.
Well, AI is taking off.
But that's not the. What is the financial solvency of this $500,000 investment?
So if you're. Wow, yeah, I know, I understand the question.
Because I want to make sure they're going to be there in 3 years. If they get bought out. But there's 2 things that can happen. They get bought out. There's 2 kinds of companies. One, you buy it to gain technology. 2, you buy it to eliminate the competition.
So this is actually Fleming Research International LLC.
No, that's the first one. Immersion Labs. What is the financial solvency? How have we vetted that at all?
Immersion Labs is a defense and space security and critical infrastructure, energy, advanced manufacturing, immersive training and education are the four functional areas.
How long has it been in existence?
Privately or
Looking at that,
publicly held?
looking at that portfolio, I mean, I haven't found their existence, but I would say that they've been in business, I'm saying at least 10 years.
And where are they headquartered?
Oh. This is Phoenix, Arizona.
It might not be the same company then.
So it probably, they may have an office here.
State, yeah.
Yeah, and then
A little bit of office.
They're a defense contractor, aren't they?
Yep.
Well, that's not a normal company.
It's immersion labs, Poland, you need to be searching.
Customers.
Enhanced learning and safety with VR and AR. Interactive simulations.
You know.
What are their sales the last few years? I mean, what I'm trying to understand is.
I really like this.
Whoops.
Because.
What I want to know is they're financially solvent. If we're gonna spend 500,000.
Well, it's still a privately held company. So I don't have any financial data.
Can we do some kind, what, Mr. Weeks? Mr. Weeks or Marcy, what kind of financial vetting would be appropriate for a $500,000 contract on a foreign company?
Straka, members of the board, so because it is a private league, it will be difficult to get any kind of financial information from them. If it was publicly held, that information would be available to us. There are things that we could do to who their other customers are. Possibly talk about what their reputation is in the organization if you're concerned about their stability.
I'm not concerned. I want to assure that they're stable. And I just want to make sure that if they get bought out, we're protected.
How about if we ask these questions,
Yeah.
we put something together
Yeah,
and then we get
local.
attorney. to look
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, because you have legitimate questions.
Mhm.
And there's gotta be a way, I mean, this AI is coming. We wanna be a part of it.
I want to be a part of
We wanna
it,
be on the cutting edge,
but I
but
want to
we
still
want
be on the
some
cutting
questions
edge.
answered. That's all.
Can we put this on a future agenda item and then?
Well, could
for
we-
Future approval?
Can we invite them in here to give?
Well, could we just reach out? I mean, look, do you want the contract with us? Show us your financials. That's not unheard of. There's a lot of people that if they write a big PO,
We should write questions, so
Yeah.
that we want answered, not
Yeah.
just their financials. I mean, they're gonna tell us what they wanna sell it. They're gonna give it to us.
well, who are their other customers?
Apple, Northrop Grumman, Meta. Those.
Is that
a
medical?
number. I'm sorry.
Is that medical? MC?
What are
No,
their
Meta-
annual
Meta,
sales?
Facebook.
Um,
Apple. I closed down the page, but they've got a long laundry list of. That I looked at.
I mean, I like the idea. I think we're going the right way. I just want to make sure that we're protected. I think that would be my,
Well, that's legitimate. Write the questions, and get the answers. And if it's a contract, I mean, we might have to put out a contract and say as long as this and this and this.
have
We'll
they
go.
presented a contract to us yet?
Yeah, it's attached.
And has legal reviewed it?
It was just a proposal they presented to us. Just like with anybody else that would be proposing software or.
So can we get you some questions? And I would say. I think the board is it fair to say, everyone would say we would want to proceed, but we want to get some financial questions answered and have legal review the contract?
That's fair.
But they do have a substantial list of clients.
And how long have they been in business?
And they just got their LLC January 24th of this year.
That's probably because they're coming to Arizona.
Yeah.
You
So
would have to
they're-
file in each state you do business.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't hold a recent filing against them.
Well, their principal address is in Poland,
That's
Which
correct.
is not bad. I mean, that's,
and their organizing address is in San Diego. But their physical address is in Oro Valley. That's according to their corporation
does it
commission.
say how old they are?
It just says how long their effective date that they got their LLC in Arizona was January 24, 20 legal purposes. Let's see. That's it.
Yeah, and I would just want legal counsel to review it and review the financial risks of entering into the LLC, or should they be entering with the parent corporation? Thanks, Marcy.
So how are we gonna
Can we make a motion then?
make the motion?
Make a motion to approve the sole source vendor Fleming Research International
Subject to.
and exclude Immersion Labs.
Good standing.
Or do we, how do we motion this? I make a motion to approve the sole source vendors without Immersion Labs Meta Coach.
Okay, and then what are we doing? We're gonna ask more questions on.
Yeah, then we ask more questions, yeah.
That's fair. So we can just approve the first one?
Yeah.
So motion to approve sole source vendor Fleming Research for the 24-25 school year as presented.
Mhm.
How much is that?
It's a 3-year deal.
Yeah,
Is
that one was
549 or something?
$253,000 for 3 years.
2001 is what I can find for when it was founded.
Immersion Labs.
Immersion Labs.
Yeah, they got a defense contract. They've been vetted as a secret clearance.
Yeah.
That's a pretty extensive background.
Are we entering into a contract with the defense contractor side or just the LLC side that's in Arizona?
Usually defense contractors have a defense contracting side and a non-defense contracting side, kind of like Boeing sells regular military aircraft and then commercial aircraft. Same thing with Raytheon, same thing with General Dynamics. They all do the same thing.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion about Fleming? Let's move that one along. And so year 2 and year 3 would be approved through the consent agenda, just like everything else.
That's a lot of money.
Immersion Labs will bring back next month with more information.
Robert, I just make sure.
What, yeah, I think.
Yeah, we look at things like this.
Glad they're on the cutting edge for school they're gonna be in, you know, that's good.
All right, future agenda items. Future agenda items,
We still have to add this,
we'll put that for next month, yeah.
Okay.
We'll just carry that forward as old business.
Okay.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chair, I have a question on future items. Is there like a common, since we're at the end of the school year, walking into the next in about 2 months? Is there anything that we should be looking at right now that traditionally you don't see on the list for us to look at?
So July is generally the budget month. So we'll approve the new budget. We have to do it by, I think, the 11th or the 14th. And we won't do it July 4th because that's a holiday.
Yeah.
So I think the 11th is the latest we can do it. Am I correct on that, Marcy?
The 14th would be.
14th, I knew it was somewhere. But that's really the only one I can think of for this time of year. And then in August will be all the 10-day reports and everything start to roll in and launch of the school year.
And we're working on a list right now, so we just put one together because educational work is like anything else, it's very cyclical by month. So she's coming up with a board obligations list so we know some things will change maybe a month or so depending on what the data comes back. But it's really nice to be able to have something every August. You see these boilerplate things are gonna come every September, October, and June. It's always gonna be a large list of items that are just statutorily required for us to be able to do. Plus, there were things that should have happened in the past that come to the board that didn't always come. So you might see some lists that get a little bit longer than what previous years may have had because we're bringing by statute things back.
Thing, I think we hold up a lot of the process because we meet once a month. So whatever we can do to keep up with the pace, I think is gonna be important.
I think
Makes us more efficient.
Yeah, one of the things was I think Lusa put the facility rental fees in December and it hadn't been done for several years and it's supposed to be done annually. And
April, actually. put it in April.
And so there's some things that we're getting caught up on. So give Louisa a little slack. She's hashing through old stuff.
Plus, that's exciting thing is like this past year, we presented, all the travel for TCPSO and the dates for students for the state and the national competitions, whereas those used to come singletons. It was just one item done, and this year was phenomenal.
So that would be one, Dr. Spurgeon, to get us a list of the events that you're already seeing coming up. For the coming year, at least.
Yeah, to plan our.
Okay.
So there is somebody told me that if we don't put the names on there, if there's an accident, they're not covered by insurance because they weren't. Is that? I love urban myths.
I can't go.
Kathy said no. As long as Kathy says no, I'm good with that. All right, I'd entertain a motion to move to executive session.
Second.
Who's entertaining the motion, so who's making the motion?
Oh, motion to convene executive session.
And made by Mr. Ramirez, is there a second?
Second.
By Mr. Molina, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes, ma'am. All right. Bring your, if you haven't.
Bring what?
Your evaluation.
Lisa, did you get mine?
I voted for you guys all said aye, so it, yes. Or Docs allows me to do it unanimous.
Appreciate it.
Someplace else.
Yeah, we have an executive. Good warm in there, reasonably.
Yeah. Still. We might have a couple of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Really, you're driving tomorrow. Okay. Darren, how much of a delay is there?
Not sure. Google does that.
No, because I just sat down and I see myself. I'm on the live stream. I'm watching the live stream and I see myself sitting, I just sat down.
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just showing an empty room. Share screen.
That when you walk down, you told me, yeah.
No, he went in and I came in and sat down and I'm sitting here.
Well, then it's not very.
Take care of you.
Yes. Yes. So, all right, let's see.
I drive down my tent.
All the way to, right off Broadway.
Florida East campus really it's by our kid's house. No one at the kid's house, so.
Right.
That's. Obviously. The other two I know.
We haven't done any changes, so. Anytime.
Do something was messing up there. The guy should have put it back if I would talk to them about that.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
What are you talking about?
As soon as I heard the word pledge, I'm like, oh, that's what's missing up there, because it just looked weird up there and I couldn't figure it out. I can't believe the guys just put them in the storeroom. They didn't know, I guess. Oh, man. Add to the past couple weeks, right?
Exactly, you're not gonna know, yeah.
Nothing to the right.
Flag to the right of the presenter. So if you're presenting, it's gonna be.
Other flag to the right. American flag?
It's to the right.
Like this?
If that's correct, it's based on how the presenter would be if it was. It's
Oh,
all based
okay.
on stage right, stage left. But that's an interesting question. I'm not sure on that one. I know there's some weird flag etiquette stuff out there. I know I'm in violation
I
of
think
all.
the flag is always, the American flag is always supposed to be.
Yeah, right. Nothing to the left.
That was a good education.
You can quit in bring up that window. That's roses.
We still. Public meetings.
Get in first, I'll show you. You did? Well, that's you being muted.
Yeah, we've always done like, yes, we want.
Yeah. The audio is coming from the speaker going into the back computer.
And so I need to, probably just need to quit, force quit that and then rejoin it. Well, that's.
But then it's going to, it's gonna have.
So sorry.
So that's it.
Your computer's moving. Different than the other computer that's smart. That's terrific. This has changed the stream.
Might just go outside, fall out.
That now.
We have some exciting.
So we need.
This has changed.
But I'm off though, yeah.
Lisa, sorry, McCarthy needs two copies of that back and then one for us, 3 copies.
Wait, okay, so two, okay, what I'll do is I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, just, I'll come get them and I'll give them to Tyler. See you. Thank you.
I'm just looking for the section.
Three copies.
Wait, okay. What I'll do is I'll hold on to it.
Yes. I'll get them, I'll give them to Tyler. See you. Thank you.
I'm just looking for the. Oh, here it is.
Yep, you're unmuted now. I see it. So you want to mute it, go ahead and mute it again.
You'll have to keep me out.
It feels so much better out here.
And then I do we need to log in again?
No,
Okay.
I think we just need to.
Well, yes, you do need to log back in because you have to vote.
Oh, no.
It's much better out here.
I'm sorry, live stream.
I think we just need to. Are you recording this? So I'd like to, do we need a motion to?
Well, just reconvene.
Okay, so we're gonna reconvene at 8:29.
So we don't have Warner Robert.
They're coming. Okay, the next,
It's still right, we still got a forum anyway.
yeah, and the next motion was. If I could see it on the thing. Okay, regarding the superintendent's year-end evaluation. There's no action to take there.
Yes, there is. Action regarding the superintendent's year and performance evaluation for the 23-20 school year. So there's a motion to approve the summary of the superintendent's year, its performance evaluation reflecting the superintendent has achieved.
So that's the second one, is the performance pay.
We actually have to prove that I mean, 5 goals, number 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the first one, I would entertain a motion that the superintendent met his all 5 goals
23 and 24 goals.
for 23-24.
So moved.
Second.
And second by Ms. Bosom, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then number 2 is to direct.
Approve the designation of formal say of 10% for the superintendent.
And then the second one is to award the superintendent his performance pay based on the goals.
A second.
Okay, motion made by Jude.
I heard a second,
Robert. Yeah.
Robert motioned.
and who's second?
Second.
Mr. Molina, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion carries, and I will say, we motion to adjourn.
I didn't have to walk in.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Let me know about Friday. If we can Friday, I'll text you.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
Do you like pork on the pork? Oh, yeah. Well, it's decent barbecue. I mean, it's not, you can't find that everywhere now. So my schedule.
It's kind of a funny hole in the wall place.
It is.
What is it?
Pork on the pork.
What?
Pork on the pork.
Pork on the fork. 27th.
14th Avenue